X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time.
Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You've seen now, watch me not now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. It is so good to see you all. Hello there, Queen of Gravel, Cleaver 120, Perry Icefire, Heavy Gretel, Circuit Dog. Wait, I already said your name. Don't trick me into saying your name twice. What do you think this is? You think this is a game? Ride the Rails, what's up? Bazooka Horse, good to see ya. Wingo, how are you? Adante Asai, good to see ya. Larry Banks 78, good to see ya. Lucid Burgundy, welcome. Gloria, welcome to the stream. Hey chat, I'm sorry if my voice sounds a little off today. I kind of screamed my voice out playing Helldivers today. I kept screaming Sweet Liberty every time I saw a Bile Titan, and we're playing on Helldive. So my voice is a little fucked up, okay? I was in character screaming along with my character in Helldivers, so yeah, my voice. I overestimated what my vocal cords can handle. Hopefully it's not too intrusive though. I just barely fucked up my voice, you know? Like just barely. Like I started to feel that the yelling Sweet Liberty started to hurt, and I was like, I'll stop. And I'll probably feel better in the morning. Nah, you sound fine. Can you still sing? I definitely can't sing. On a normal day, and certainly not now. Did you hear about those fan dubs or dissenters of Super Earth? Disgusting treason. So true. Treasonous anti-Super Earth propaganda will not be tolerated in my Discord server. Me too, in Rainbows 182. I am going to be doing a watch party today, by the way. I believe. Hopefully a pillow is down. I already messaged a pillow but haven't gotten a response. So hopefully I get a response before the end of stream and we're able to do a watch party of more From today. I would love to do that after stream. I think it'd be really fun. I was thinking about starting Helldivers today, but my stupid job took too much out of you. Aw, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to hear that. Well, hopefully you get to try out Helldivers 2, like, you know, tomorrow, maybe later tonight if you've got some more energy. I got my brother into From. He's on Season 1, Episode 7, and he loves it. It is a very, very good show. What episode would we start on? I think we'd be starting on Episode 4. I think with Heavy Gretel and a pillow and a big group of people, we started from Episode 1 and got to Episode 3. So we're going to go to at least Episode 4 to 6 tonight. 4, 5, and 6. And we've not gotten past Episode 6, so 7, 8, and 9, which are the last 3 of Season 1, that's going to be a fun watch party. We should have, like, gosh, hopefully up to 60 people there, potentially, for the 7, 8, 9 watch party. The more people that come to the watch party, the better. It's always fun having people there. I have it downloaded. Tomorrow or Friday will be when I start. Hell yeah, War Penguin. I'm glad to know we've got more people joining the war effort. Every single new... we have the weapons. We need soldiers. Insert Starship Troopers memes. Rip, I'm late. You're only, I mean, I started 9 minutes ago, and that's counting my intro, which is 5 minutes long, so you're only 4 minutes late. I'm definitely going to be getting a Helldivers Super Earth flag banner type thing and hanging it up right there. I might get one in the next couple days because they're not that expensive. I just have to find a way to set it up on the wall, and who knows, in a week I might have a Super Earth flag. Yeah, having, like, some sort of guild-like system in Helldivers would be really cool. Space democracy is very important. We spread our liberty and we spread our democracy throughout the cosmos. Fly it high and fly it proud, Helldiver. True. Yeah, manage democracy. But they, you know, you can fit so much democracy in this puppy. Points to the Liberator Penetrator. What a great name for a gun. I like how in Helldivers 2, the command area, like the command station, I guess, is called LibCon 1. I don't know why, but I feel like that's gotta be like a political meme. Something I learned about Helldivers is that the national news station is literally named Strawman News. Yeah, it's named Strawman News. I know, yeah, it's really funny. I noticed that the other day, too, when I was looking at all the news broadcasts up until this point. I wonder, has anybody done, like, a collection of all the Coretta Kelly news bits? Like, someone's surely got to be making, like, an updated playlist of them, or a video that's all of them that, like, essentially, because, like, if you stitch those together, you've basically got the story of the war so far. Helldivers to all news broadcasts so far. I wonder if they have an official YouTube channel where they post them. They've got a story so far trailer. I actually haven't seen this trailer yet. I haven't seen this trailer myself.
Super Earth.
Oh wait, no, I have.
Bastion of peace,
I didn't recognize the thumbnail, but I have seen this one.
prosperity, and managed democracy. For 100 years, our colonists have toiled happily to enshrine the unquestionable rule of freedom. But now, our enemies rise from the shadows once more. The tyrannical terminids spread unfettered across the galaxy. The socialist automatons terrorize innocent families. Babes are torn from their mothers. Voters from their ballots. In this time of need, Super Earth once again calls upon her mightiest, bravest, most obedient heroes. The Helldivers.
Most obedient.
No cost is too high. No sacrifice is too great. You are democracy's most elite, least hesitant defenders. The Terminids will be contained. The automatons dismantled. You will grind our enemies into oblivion. For freedom, for managed democracy, for Super Earth.
This is a good trailer.
Join the Helldivers, the galaxy's last line of offense.
I love the Xbox cucks just absolutely eating trash right now. I'm sorry. I do love you Xbox players, and I hope Helldivers 2 comes to Xbox so you can join us in the war. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other trailers they released. Yeah, the cuck box. Did he say offense? Yeah. Super Earth are the bad guys, believe it or not. I'm gonna hit you with some mind-blowing news. Mind-blowing news. Super Earth are the bad guys. It's true. Do they have an official YouTube channel? You could argue the bots and the bugs are also bad. No, not really. No, when you actually look at the lore, especially of Helldivers 1... Okay, fine, I'm going to give you guys the breakdown. Helldivers 2 takes place 100 years, roughly, after Helldivers 1. Helldivers 1, the way the lore worked in that is, if you lost the Galactic War, then Super Earth would be overtaken, humanity would essentially admit its hubris, and, like, the remaining ships and super destroyers would just kind of zoom out and flee. And the idea is that a new planet gets found, a suitable planet, and it's made into the next Super Earth. And so the story of Helldivers 2 is that we defeated the cyborgs back in Helldivers 1, we destroyed the Illuminate back in Helldivers 1, but at some point Super Earth got destroyed and overtaken, and we were forced to make a new Super Earth. And so the current Super Earth is not the Super Earth, like, it's not Earth. In fact, the current Super Earth might be Super Earth number 500 for all we know, because it's implied that for, like, thousands and thousands of years, humanity has done this cycle of biting off more than it can chew, getting wiped out nearly, fleeing, finding a new planet, rebuilding, and then going from there. Is it? But Mars is in Helldivers 2? That is the one thing that's a bit of a confusion. The likelihood is, though, that's just a random planet that's like Mars they've called Mars, because part of this is that Super Earth doesn't allow this to be known. The fact that this is not the original Earth, and that Super Earth is not, like there isn't a plan if Super Earth falls other than run. The people don't know that. The people don't know that Super Earth has fallen many times before. Wait, it's not... If you guys don't believe me, allow me to show you Helldivers 1 ending. So the only ending scenario Helldivers 1 has is when the war is lost. Now, to be fair, Helldivers 1 did not have a game master like Joel running the way that the war goes. It's run by AI. The computer runs it. Regardless, if humanity loses and Super Earth falls, this is what would happen, in Helldivers 1 at least. Democracy strikes back. You can see they've been pushed up to the very limit by every faction.
We have failed, my friend.
Super Earth has fallen and the fleet is scattered across the galaxy, but we will endure, rebuild our civilization, and eventually we will return stronger than ever. For now, we will have to trek the galaxy for a planet that can become our new home, a new Super Earth. And they blow it up. If we can't have it, no one can. As Super Earth lies in ruins, humanity scatters. Not even our greatest warriors could hold back the tide of the alien threat. A three-front war that we lost due to our greed and hubris. But there are many worlds like old Earth, and we will find another where we will put down roots anew. We will rebuild, and we will have our revenge, eventually. So, this ending is presumably how we get to Helldivers 2. However, it's not 100% clear. There could have been way more time passage from Helldivers 1 to 2 because Super Earth controls Cyberstan, which is Cyberstan, to be clear. It is the same Cyberstan. But one thing to also remember is that Earth did not have the faster-than-light travel that we have in Helldivers 2 in Helldivers 1. We got that from destroying the Illuminate and then farming the Terminids for their E710. 710 being upside-down backwards leet speak for oil, which we use for the fast-and-light travel. So it's implied that in Helldivers 1, the galaxy is much smaller, and so in Helldivers 2... yeah, that's Cyberstan, and yeah, that's Mars, and the map shows them as super close together, but why should we believe that's the case? How many times has the map, like, essentially lied to us about the state of a planet's liberation already? Like when, we saw those barrier planets get just suddenly overtaken by bugs, and the, like, Super Earth broadcast said that there were eggs under the surface of the planet that just suddenly hatched. We don't know when a infestation of Terminids or a takeover of bots happens. We only find out as players and as soldiers when Super Earth High Command decides it's time for us to know. So for all we know, the Illuminate are already conquering all of the southern galaxy, and we just don't know yet because Super Earth is afraid to tell people. So that's something you got to remember. Is that there's a lot of factors that aren't extremely clear because the story and lore of this game is a little bit, like, figure it out, read fucking, like, logs in-game while getting attacked by bugs, be quick. But the interesting thing is that the cyborgs, they purely just want to rebuild Cyberstan. From all the indication that we have so far, okay, so the cyborgs are humans who were dissonants of Super Earth, broke off, and started up their own civilization on Cyberstan, which was a mining colony with horrible, harsh environment, really bad place to live. Super Earth basically sent, like, consigned work camps is basically all it was. And the people rose up and started a sort of socialist uprising. But in order to survive on this planet and actually become combat effective, they had to augment themselves into cyborgs. And so this is where the cyborgs in Helldivers 1 come from. They are humans who augmented themselves so that they could, like, break out of the Super Earth enslavement on Cyberstan. So they build up their civilization there, they start building up their armies, and we beat them at some point in the story of Helldivers 1 and 2 between games, or... well, yeah, presumably between games, because the start of Helldivers 2 is the automatons invading us. The automatons and the cyborgs are not the same group. The automatons are referred to by the cyborgs on a Arrowhead tweet from, like, 2016. There was an Arrowhead tweet that had to do with Helldivers 1 promotion that was in binary, similar to what they did recently. And if you plugged the binary into a translator, it's a message from the cyborgs referring to the automatons as their children. So the cyborgs created the automatons in order to free them and act as the next generation of the cyborgs, a improvement and a sort of full bringing to light of what their socialist idyllic society would be, which is, you know, robots, because they need to be robots to survive on the planets they live on. And they're scary, but they've had to weaponize themselves because, to be very clear, they've always been attacked by Super Earth first. First, they were enslaved by Super Earth. Then they became the cyborgs and just established Cyberstan. We spent all of Helldivers 1 trying to wipe them out. Then they created the automatons just to come free them from their prison in Cyberstan and get them out. That's why the cyborgs never, or the automatons, never attack Super Earth, really. At least in Helldivers 2, we haven't seen them push that deep towards Super Earth. They started, like, way to the west, and they were working their way along the ring, no closer to Super Earth, really, just trying to get to Cyberstan. The bugs, well, that's an even sadder story. The bugs were outright friendly when humans first encountered them. The bugs looked nothing like they do in Helldivers 2 when we first encountered them. Like, nothing like how they do in Helldivers 2. The ones we're seeing in Helldivers 2 are essentially them having evolved to the point of being fully weaponized killing machines. When we first encountered them, they were basically just, like, very peaceful animal-like creatures with very few killing capabilities. And then we found out what they could be used for, and we justified farming them and killing them, labeled them an invasive species because, and I quote, they spread throughout the galaxy. That's literally the justification that Super Earth gives for why they are an invasive species that has to be wiped out. They spread throughout the galaxy. That's what Super Earth is and what humans are doing. And so what we did was we captured them, we experimented on them, and this bit here is not even, like, you can literally go talk to the lady on your Super Destroyer right now, and she'll say this to you. Like, the bugs that we're fighting now don't even look like the bugs in Helldivers 1. The bugs in Helldivers 1 look more crustacean-like. They have, like, crab claws, and they look like lobsters. While in Helldivers 2, they're much more in line with what you would expect for, like, bugs in a game like this to look like, essentially. They look more like arachnids from Starship Troopers, a lot more threatening and scary. And that's because, A, they've evolved to be that way, because, you know, constant attack by humans. And B, and this isn't a secret either, and this is what that lady on the ship says, we have experimented on them on the E710 farms in order to make them produce more E710, mostly involving just making them larger. And this leads to more threatening bugs we have to fight. In fact, I'm just going to outright say it. I mean, minor spoiler for Helldivers 2 story, the terminated control system we set up that's spewing out that, like, termicide, it's what caused the Shriekers, the flying bugs. They mutated because of the termicide. It's already part of the leaks. I won't say any more than that, but, like, understanding that Super Earth is bad and everything they make us do is actually set up for, like, a big thing that's going to bite us in the ass later is kind of important to playing Helldivers 2, which is why, like, the conservatives who don't want to recognize this are so frustrating, because, like, you realize you are putting yourself as a player at a disadvantage, not understanding that, like, they're having us set up these termicide facilities. I wonder if this is going to be a problem in the future if this goes wrong. You know, maybe Super Earth doesn't have entirely altruistic motivations, and doing this might not be the permanent solution to the bug problem. You know, I don't know. Same thing happened with StarCraft and Warhammer 40k. I guess you're right. That is true. This game can't be political, and the game is the political themes are what makes the game interesting. You have to understand, every video game has to just be a very bland shoot, 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 or, like, swing sword, and also there must be jiggling tits and bouncy butts, but it must be of a fictional female character who is deemed traditionally hot, and ideally designed by Eastern game devs. That's pretty much the state of gamers right now. No themes or politic because me escapism. True. All right, everybody. Hey, by the way, if you're watching the stream and you like the stream and you like my content and you want to support me, I mean, hey, imagine that. Wanting to support my content? Hey, I mean, unless you could, you know, just kidding, unless, maybe. Consider dropping a like. It really does help a lot. It's totally free, and every single thumbs up really does go a long way. It really means a lot to me. So yeah, if you decide to do that, thank you so much. And of course, if you want to see more from me, make sure to subscribe on YouTube if you haven't already. How many subs are we at right now? How can I see my total sub count? 86,600 of you have already subscribed. Can we get it up to 86,700? Let's see how quickly. Anyway, guys, regardless, thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting me. I appreciate your likes. If you want to dono, you always can. I really appreciate it. I'm currently saving up for the equipment needed for Quail content coming this spring. So, if you want to help me afford all that, then you know, you can always toss a few bucks my way. I always appreciate it. One second, Bouth. We're doing a segment right now. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. I hate to say it, guys, but we're gonna have to start today's stream off with a pretty depressing topic, but it's a very important topic. Knowing that the right is actively doing everything they can to attack your rights, particularly your reproductive rights, your access to contraception, your access to the right to possibly terminate a pregnancy if it is unwanted or, God forbid, very unwanted, if that makes sense. This is essentially inevitable at this point. The Republicans hold control of the Supreme Court, which is, you know, pretty powerful. The Republicans hold control of many local legislatures in red states to the extent that their will is completely unchallenged outside of the occasional state court that can sometimes challenge these horrible policies and moves, but it's not common, unfortunately. Let's take a look at a year ago. I really should have covered this story when it happened, but I had not heard of this. I genuinely had not heard of this. I heard it mentioned the other day, and I, Googled it to check and see, is this real? Is it as bad as I am told it is? And yes, it is. So I am digging back to, technically 2 years ago for this story, June 2022, but I really think it's important to bring it some attention because this is an example of the most extreme, worst scenario that is going to become far more common if, God forbid, Donald Trump becomes president again come this November. Prepare for this headline, guys. 10-year-old rape victim was forced to travel from Ohio to Indiana for abortion. The case of a 10-year-old child rape victim in Ohio who was 6 weeks pregnant and eligible for an abortion in her own state and forced to travel to Indiana for the procedure, has spotlighted the shocking impact of the U.S. Supreme Court ruling on abortion. The story of the girl came to light 3 days after the court overturned a nationwide right to terminate pregnancy, and Ohio's 6-week trigger ban came into effect. Dr. Caitlin Bernard, an Indianapolis obstetrician gynecologist, said she had received a call from a colleague doctor in Ohio who treats child abuse victims and asked for help. Indiana's lawmakers have not yet banned or restricted abortion, but they are likely to do so when a special session of the state assembly convenes later this month. Abortion providers like Bernard say they are receiving a sharp increase in the number of patients coming to their clinics for abortion from the neighboring states where such procedures are now restricted or banned. So, I need to make something very clear here. If you talk to... Well, let's just actually talk about outright statistics and not even just a hypothetical. Statistically, the majority of Americans are far from being in favor of banning abortion. The majority of Americans, I believe roughly 45% of Americans, maybe 40%, somewhere in that ballpark, if I remember correctly from last time I read the data, roughly 40 to 45% of Americans believe that there should be little to no restrictions on access and legality and whatnot for abortion. While another 25% or like 20% around that ballpark of people believe that with restrictions, abortion should be illegal, leaving a pretty substantially small segment of Americans who believe that under all circumstances, abortion should not be allowed. They're a sizable minority, to be sure, but they are still a minority. So most people who are not in favor of abortion, and that stat, by the way, the 40 and 20% might be flipped, by the way. Most people who are in favor of abortion are in favor of it with some level of restrictions. Notably, many people who are even against abortion broadly are in favor of it as long as it's in the case of such as like a child being sexually assaulted or raped. This is one of those cases where even most anti-abortion people or people who are iffy on abortion and believe there should be restrictions, they think the restrictions would not apply here, right? The problem with this is, a lot of those people who are not against abortion, but believe that it should be around with restrictions and think that this is a case where it should have been allowed, or would believe it should have been allowed, those people are, well, they're kind of useful idiots for the right. They still vote Republican. For them, abortion's not really much of a wedge issue because as far as they know, the Republicans that they support are just as reasonable as they think they are. They think that the Republicans that say abortion is bad and evil and it's murder, they mean that except for in the case of, but if a kid is raped, then obviously she should be able to get an abortion, right? But the problem is, these Republican legislatures, they don't believe in that. As always, these very reasonable seeming exceptions that they will say they align with in order to allow a radically anti-human policy to gain support, those exceptions will always melt away once they gain power. If you give these people an inch, they will always take a mile. So, I think it's important to point to a story like this to show, no, when Republicans take power, they don't just make abortion mostly illegal, with some exceptions for cases that are the most heinous and the most clear that, okay, maybe an abortion is acceptable here. No, if they gain power, they will instill their will without any exceptions, because when there are no people around in government to challenge them, they see no reason to make compromises or to have exceptions. The only reason they say they have compromises, or they make compromises or have exceptions, is so that they can get into power and then immediately go back on that, as they always do. Quote, "It's hard to imagine that in just a few short weeks, we will have no ability to provide that care," Bernard told the Columbus Dispatch. But the case of, this is shortly before the state where people were going to get these emergency abortions out of state was about to also face the same problem, thus making it so you'd have to drive through yet another state where abortion is illegal to get an abortion in this situation. But the case of the 10-year-old girl has placed prominent anti-abortion political figures in the position of balancing the rights of women and girls, including abuse victims, while defending abortion restrictions. Republican Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, mentioned as a potential running mate to Donald Trump in 2024, told CNN's State of the Union on Sunday that she found it to be, quote, incredible that, quote, nobody's talking about the pervert, horrible, and deranged individual that raped a 10-year-old. Ah, yes. Nobody is talking about the fact that it's horrible that the child got raped. I really find it disgusting that the immediate response from this woman was to say, yeah, so she had to go out of state to get an abortion to terminate the pregnancy because she's a fucking 10-year-old who was raped. But why are we talking about how awful it was that she was raped? You know? You're really awful people, you lefties, trying to politicize this issue. Where this young woman who was raped and then had to go out of state to get an abortion. Like, how could you politicize this? Why don't we focus on the real issue in this? Absolute demons. Abortions are now criminal acts in South Dakota. Quote, unless there is appropriate and reasonable medical judgment that performance of an abortion is necessary to preserve the life of the pregnant female. This is stretched to its absolute fucking limit, by the way. In the case of many of these states, when they mean, like, absolutely necessary to preserve the life of a pregnant female, they have to literally be laying on a bed dying of sepsis. Or, like, internal bleeding, actively, right now. Like, emergency surgery is the only way that abortion is now legal. Or, and to be very clear, we're not just talking abortion, we're also talking about procedures that Republicans have categorized as abortion. Because to be very, very clear, Republicans' definition of an abortion is not the same as doctors or scientists or reality's definition of an abortion. Because do you know what is also included? Any medical treatment that involves the removal, deactivation, or destruction of a woman's reproductive system. Meaning treatments for ectopic pregnancy, partial or full hysterectomies. I mean, you go down the list, things that are done in response to cancers and life-threatening, horrible medical complications are now illegal unless the woman is absolutely on the edge of death and it has to be an emergency surgery procedure, as in, like, wheeled into the emergency room, get her on blood now, she's bleeding out, that kind of situation. So you need to remember, it's not just abortion that will be included in these policies, it is the Republicans' definition of abortion, which also includes the destruction of a woman's ability to give birth, which is in many, many cases necessary to save that woman's life. But the necessary to save a woman's life means that she is literally dying on a hospital bed. On Friday, the state also banned medical abortion by telemedicine and increased the penalty for the unlicensed practice of medicine when performing abortions. Dana Bash, CNN's State of the Union host, pressed Noem on whether it was right for a 10-year-old rape victim who was pregnant to have to cross state lines for a legal abortion. Seeming to try and deflect, yes, imagine a conservative deflecting on a question like that because they're demonic and they can't admit that their policies lead to child rape victims being forced to carry pregnancies to term. Quote, an issue that the Supreme Court has weighed as well. I guess she just defers to the Supreme Court, adding that the public should also be, quote, addressing those sick individuals who do this to our children. So I guess over and over again, her response is to just keep saying the real problem is that kids get raped. Okay, then solve child rape. Snap your fingers and solve that. And then there we go. You can now say that issue is no longer a reason why abortion should be a thing. But unfortunately, it's not going anywhere, sadly. And so if it does happen, we need to make sure that fucking 10-year-olds aren't forced to get pregnant and carry the pregnancy to term because demonic fucking Republicans want to force that. It's because Republicans love child rape. There's really nothing else I can say. Like, do you guys want me to lie to you? Do you guys want me to pretend like the obvious isn't obvious? The elephant in the room isn't staring. The right loves child rape. They love seeing 10-year-olds pregnant and forced to have babies. Asked if the girl should have to have the baby, Noam responded that, quote, every single life is precious. This tragedy is horrific, but in South Dakota, the law today is that the abortions are illegal except to save the life of the mother. She eventually, finally, said it. That she believes that that 10-year-old girl should be forced to carry the pregnancy to term. But asked if allowing an abortion to be performed on a 10-year-old would be considered as protecting the life of the mother, Noam did not rule out that interpretation. She said, yes, that situation, the doctor, the family, the individuals closest to that will make the decisions there for that family, she said, returning to the issue that for many Republicans is the central focus for the abortion debate. So, this is obviously a horror story. It's been a couple years since this happened, and many more similar stories have also occurred, including underage girls being charged criminally for hiding the remains of miscarriages. For those that don't know, in many of these Republican states, they've labeled like miscarriage fetuses as human remains in such a way where, let's say you're like a 16-year-old girl, you got pregnant, had a miscarriage, and you get scared and like hide what what comes out when you have a horrible fucking miscarriage. The response is criminal charges because they consider it hiding a human body. I've got another similar story to this that's far more recent, as in like the last week, that I'm going to be covering later in the stream. But I feel that this is an important thing to talk about because, guys, the election is coming up, and shit's getting serious. Donald Trump is now getting a little bit more overt with the fact that when he gains power, abortion is going out the window federally, as in full-on federal criminalization of abortion. Not just making it no longer legal, but criminalized heavily. So, I need you all to realize that this is unironically the most important election of our lives. Listen, I want to hear what you guys thought of this story down below in the comments section. Really curious to see what you guys have to say about it. I know it's quite horrific, but you know, I want to share your anger on this story. So comment down below. If you enjoyed, consider leaving a like, subscribe, and ring the bell icon if you want to see more from me. If you enjoy my stuff and you want to support me financially, consider donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub, or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. And do not forget to join my fan Discord if you haven't already, where I do watch parties, such as I will be doing one tonight, all the time, including call-in streams, as well as just, you know, general chill community stuff, like in my Discord. It's cool. I also do notifications for all my streams and uploads, so you won't miss any notifications if you join my Discord as well, so consider doing that. I know that topic was very peepo sad, but what did you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Alrighty. We need a scroll emote? That is true. I would like to have an emote that's just the scroll. They see me scrolling. True. All right. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. I hope you're all having a good one. As a matter of fact, I want to ask you guys, what are you all drinking tonight? I'm just having a water myself. I'll probably get a Monster Energy later in the stream just to give myself a little perk pick-me-up. But for now, just water. A lot of people saying water, air, sweet tea, boba, Dr. Pepper, Jameson, and coffee. Ooh, that's creative. Oh, my nose is so itchy. Pre-workout, nice. Coke, coffee, black coffee, Coke Zero, Sprite, Smirnoff Ice, Mountain Dew, Fanta, Tim Hortons. I guess that's coffee. I really do want to... Okay, obviously, my friend Balthazar lives in Canada. I will visit Balthazar one day. Probably not too far in the future, to be honest. And I'll be able to try out... I'll be able to try out Tim Horton. I'm excited to try it. I hear about it a lot. I hear it's really popular in Canada. I like breakfast food. I hear that's what they're known for, like a coffee. Like, I associate breakfast food with Canada. I want to go to like a Canadian Alpine Tim Horton and drink some coffee and eat some eggs and like hash browns and bacon, okay? It's addictive and makes you feel good. I mean, it's got to make you feel better than American, like, chain food does, because food here that you get from any restaurant that's a chain is going to be not good for you if you are a non-American. You will eat it and immediately start to feel sick. I've got a friend who is currently she might currently be in a different place, but she spends some time in Europe, and she went there and ate some food from a restaurant and like continuously ate food there, even from like McDonald's and stuff, which they have in Europe. And the food doesn't make you feel that like weird, bloated, stuffed, like, you ever eat like some fast food and afterwards it's just your chest and stomach feel tight and you feel bloated and kind of gross? Like, it's, you start to get used to it as an American, associate it with just feeling full, but you just feel gross when you fill up on food in America. That does not happen outside of America as much, apparently. Like, when you go out, like, to Europe and you eat food, or Canada and you eat food, apparently you just don't get that, like, insane, bloated, stuffed awfulness. Canada has the problem, too, to a degree, but, like, Europe is where you'll really experience, like, wow, I'm not being poisoned anymore, you know? Yeah, a lot of stuff we allow in our food here in America is outright banned in the EU. And many other countries. There are outright, like, developing third world countries where certain things that we put in our food are illegal there. I'm pretty sure... No, I am, like, certain there is tons of shit in developing and third world nations that is illegal to put into food that we have in our food here. They have way better regulations about stuff people are allowed to put in their food. Like, I'm pretty sure Ukraine is currently 35% no man's land, and half of their population minimum are fighting in trenches, and yet the average Ukrainian probably has less diarrhea than the average American. Think about that for a second, and think about how true that totally fucking is as well. They're living off of MREs and, like, rations. They are and they may be living in the trenches, but they're definitely less sick on average from their food than Americans are on just a normal day. Did I hear about the Illimation drama? I have, and I've been meaning to write that down in the scroll. Thank you for telling me about that. I'm not going to cover it today. It'll probably be next stream the day after tomorrow, but I appreciate you guys giving me the recommendation, because I'll add it to the scroll very quickly. Nice. Writing on these scrolls with this fuck-ass pen is hard because I have to write in all straight lines, so I've started writing in, like, Dwarven Runic, like, Runic font, basically. I'm still getting the hang of it, and it's, you know, pretty sloppy. But you might kind of get to see what I'm getting at. Starting to write my segments in Runic font. It's pretty cool. It's flipped, too, so you guys obviously can't read it, but... My camera's flipped, but... If you flip your end, then you'll be able to read what that says, and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. Xandalf the Blue. So true. Alrighty. Time for another segment. And, hey guys. I'm gonna shamelessly ask you guys to donate. Because I gotta buy a dope-ass camera and quail coop and brooder box and fucking incubator and eggs and quail food and all that, and I want to do the quail content, and I want it to be high quality, so seriously, guys, donate if you want that, or I will find you, and I will kiss you. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. And now for some good news. Elon Musk and Brazil are beefing over X. That's right, Elon Musk is not coming to Brazil. Brazil is now investigating Musk over potential obstruction of justice after X walked back an order to block certain profiles in the country. So for those that don't know, apparently the Brazilian government is like cracking down on misinformation spread over social media. Because, like, believe it or not, outside of America, it's not really a crazy, insane idea to suggest that blatantly false lies being spread via, like, knowingly, via large platforms should maybe be cut down on, and it's a responsibility of the state to debunk those lies. But in America, we see that, or even just respond to that idea with extreme hostility, because the idea of the government speaking on the opinion of people just expressing their First Amendment rights to Americans is somehow an infringement of your freedom of speech, despite the fact that what actually is an infringement of your freedom of speech is when the state cracks down on your First Amendment rights and doesn't let you say and express yourself as you please, assuming it does not harm anybody. Brazil has opened an investigation into Elon Musk over a potential obstruction of justice after the ex-owner said he reactivated accounts on the social media platform Brazil had ordered the platform to block. The inquiry opened by Brazilian Supreme Court Justice Alexandra de Moraes on Sunday follows a string of heated interactions between Musk and the Brazilian government. On Saturday, X's global government affairs team announced that court decisions had forced the platform to block certain popular accounts in Brazil and would face daily fines of up to $20,000, according to the Associated Press, if it failed to comply. Quote, "We are prohibited from saying which court or judge issued the order or on what grounds," said the affairs team. Quote, "We believe that such orders are not in accordance with the Marco Civil da Internet or the Brazilian Federal Constitution, and we challenge the orders legally where possible." So, I don't know whether or not in Brazil this is like a legally valid thing, but I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this isn't some weird American culture war thing. Like, to be very clear, Elon Musk and his politics and his buying Twitter and doing what he's done is mostly only something relevant primarily to a certain set of nations that Elon Musk's policies are made to affect the political narratives of. Elon Musk doesn't know the politics of anything outside of America, Ukraine, Russia, Israel, and Palestine. Like, that is the limit of his politics. Like, that's all he cares about, and that's all the politics he's engaged in and involved in. He deals with, like, Western culture war politics and the occasional conspiracy theory about real-world foreign policy. Right? And to be very clear, that's all the right can do. The right is at its best when talking about culture war nonsense. When the right has to talk about foreign policy or real, like, policy decisions and, like, bills and whatnot, they have to make it a conspiracy theory. No conservative has ever been able to build that much momentum off of just saying, look at this bill that we don't like. They have to make a conspiracy theory from it. A very good example is how Jordan Peterson built his career off of making a conspiracy theory about Bill C-16 in Canada, which I believe to this day has not been used to, like, prosecute someone for misgendering, but any day now, guys, any day now. Barely an hour later, Musk said that he had lifted the restrictions in Brazil and has since instructed X users in Brazil to download a VPN in case the country blocks access to the platform. Musk also called for Justice de Moraes to, quote, resign or be impeached after claiming he was responsible for the order. So I guess Elon Musk buckled to the demands of his fans to sort of stand his ground, and now he's going to incur the $20,000 a day fine on Twitter. This is not a time where Twitter can be affording to lose more money. For those that don't know, advertisers have yet to stop leaving Twitter. There have been points in which the loss of advertisers has slowed down a bit, but it is back to being faster than ever, the loss of advertisers. Like, there's been another recent massive drop of advertisers from X. And so Elon's got to be getting desperate, right? Like, what's he going to do at this point? Elon brought in Mr. Beast. The whole goal was to get, like, Mr. Beast on Twitter and have him save it. But Mr. Beast isn't bringing any traffic to Twitter because the majority of his audience is on YouTube, and that's where they watch him. It's only Twitter people who are watching Mr. Beast stuff on Twitter, not non-Twitter people making Twitter accounts and coming to Twitter. It also doesn't help that Twitter's user base has dropped substantially since the start of the year. I think Twitter's lost like a quarter of its user base or something since the start of the year. It's something insane. Like, Twitter losing users. Twitter will lose more than 32 million users worldwide by 2024 amid turmoil. This is from back in 2023, when Elon... Where's a more recent one? Oh, wait, no, this is 3 weeks ago, yeah. Twitter will lose more than 32 million users worldwide by the end of 2024. 32 million. Yeah, Twitter is not in a good place right now. Elon Musk is absolutely bombing this platform to the ground, and now it's going to get banned in fucking Brazil. Either it's going to be around in Brazil with constant fees being incurred of $20,000 a day, or it's going to be blocked in Brazil. And even if people use VPNs, like, that's still going to cut off a lot of Twitter users. And Brazil is a large piece of Twitter's user base. Brazil is a massive country with a massive population, and many Twitter users are from Brazil. So this could literally lead to just a shitload of Twitter users not being able to use Twitter anymore because of the country they're in. It's unclear... Oh, sorry. Heading Brazil's top election court, Justice de Moraes has advocated for eliminating anti-democratic content posted online in the wake of far-right rioters attacking government buildings on January 8th last year. Yeah, for those that don't know, Brazil had its own January 6th, only it was on January 8th. Far-right militias tried to do a coup. Only there, they have, like, appropriately responded, which is with, like, we are not going to have any tolerance for any coup talk anymore. The Brazilian judiciary said that disinformation is a singular threat to Latin America's largest country, having directed several crackdowns against hate speech, incitement, and fake news following the attack. Yeah, if you really think about it, Brazil is kind of the America of South America. It's unclear if the order for X, the site formerly known as Twitter, to ban certain profiles is linked to supporters of former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro, or members of the far-right... I don't know how to pronounce his first name, I'm sorry. Members of the far-right movement involved with the January 8th riots. The platform has however, become a hotbed for misinformation and other harmful rhetoric since being purchased by Musk back in 2022, with the European Union recently criticizing X for failing to effectively moderate false news around the Israel-Hamas war. The order and subsequent investigation into Musk comes as Brazil calls for urgent focus on social media regulation. Quote, "We cannot live in a society in which billionaires domiciled abroad have control of social networks and put themselves in a position to violate the rule of law, failing to comply with court orders and threatening our authorities," Brazil's Attorney General Jorge Messias posted to X on Saturday, seemingly targeting Musk. Quote, "Social peace is non-negotiable." Hey, do you guys remember that one conservative account? I think his name's like Dom Lucre. The Breaker of Narratives is his subtitle on Twitter. He posted like some really fucking disgusting like child sexual abuse gore pornography on Twitter, and like used it in an argument to own a lefty. Just outright posted like violent child porn, from my understanding. I haven't seen it, obviously. I'm not ever going to see it, hopefully. But that's my understanding. Is it's not just child porn. It was like violent in nature. Like yeah, really extra disturbing. Like spicy evil, you know? Like not just evil, but spicy evil. And he posted it to like own a lefty in an argument, and the Twitter moderation team, completely understandably, and as they should have, banned him for breaking a very, very important rule on Twitter, one that I was under the impression even Elon Musk agreed with, which is that if you post anything that is outright illegal and against the law, even in America, then you'll be banned. Instead, however, the right lost their mind at him being banned because he's a very large, prolific conservative account on Twitter, and Elon Musk's response was to unban him within a day, personally, and to put out a tweet apologizing about him being banned and announcing that he would not incur any penalty or punishment for what he posted. He's a useful token. Yes, he is a black man as well. The right does tokenize the fuck out of him. He's like an insane far-right, like Nazi conspiracy theorist who's black. He's a blittler. The right loves their blittlers. They will put them at the forefront. Yeah, obviously. All this because he was cucked by a trans woman. All this because Elon Musk was cucked by a trans woman. While positioning himself as an ardent defender of free speech, Musk has said multiple times he'll follow the rule of law where required. In an interview with Don Lemon last month, we covered that, by the way, on my channel, Musk said that X has a responsibility to adhere to the law. Is that what happened with the Dom Lucre thing? Musk said that X... and would take down illegal content. Last April, Forbes reported that X has fully complied with over 80% of government censorship requests, compared to the roughly 50% that were accepted before Musk took ownership of the company. Well, that's because Elon Musk will censor anything the Russian government asks to be censored. So, apparently, as far as government-requested censorship, Elon Musk's Twitter has experienced 80%, has done 80% more government-requested censorship than it did before Elon Musk's acquisition. Or no, it was 80% of things the government requested would be censored as opposed to 50% before Elon. So even on a objective level, Elon Musk's Twitter has been less free speech. And that should be obvious in many ways. Like, one of my favorite examples is this image that you absolutely cannot fucking make up, dude. This is so good. Let me see if... Yep, here it is. Elon Musk tweeted this meme. "If you support the side that censors free speech and facts, you are not woke or progressive. You're a tyrant." And then Verbub just replied, "Cis people. Visibility limited. This post may violate X's rules against hateful conduct." For those that don't know, Elon Musk gets super triggered when people call him cis, as in cisgender. And so cis is a slur on Twitter now. And if you say cis, you will get deboosted on Twitter and shadow banned. For those that don't know how the current Twitter system works, there is essentially a viral measure, a viral factor to how being shadow banned or suppressed and deboosted on Twitter works. When somebody is deboosted for any reason, such as tweeting the word cis people, they are deboosted. And if you interact with a deboosted account, you get deboosted. So if someone interacts with you, you then get deboosted. Now, the idea is that these undesirable accounts will just get deboosted into complete irrelevance until eventually those irrelevant accounts that need to be deboosted, will just kind of fizzle away into nothingness, and no one will be liking or engaging with them anymore, and people will stop being deboosted because the people that would ever engage with them will have been shadow banned. And so and even right-wingers on Twitter admit this, one of the rules they follow is to never engage with an account that has been deboosted. So for example, if you've posted a tweet and you have any replies on it that are hidden, like you have to click on see more replies to see the replies, those are the deboosted followers that you have. Like, they'll just be nice replies too. They aren't blocked for any particular reason. They're just hidden, and you have to click on them to see them. And if you like, comment, retweet, or engage with those shadow banned hidden tweets on your posts at all, it will spread to you. And now, your tweets will not appear in anybody's timeline. They will not be able to see your replies without clicking show more tweets and scrolling for a while on their posts if you replied to them. You are basically now a non-existent Twitter user. My account is in this position, and so are several of my followers. There's several stages of being shadow banned on Twitter as well. So much so to the extent that you will see you have a bunch of replies on one of your tweets, and you'll click on that tweet, and you'll see that you have 10 replies, according to, like, the little speech bubble on Twitter, but only 5 replies show up. It's like, what? There's only 5 replies, and they don't have any replies. So there are 5, and this is just an example, so there are clearly 5 replies to your tweet that just don't even show up no matter what. You can't make them appear. You can't see them. They are invisible. Those are the truly shadow banned accounts, not just the ones that are deboosted and hidden. So essentially, Elon Musk starts it with, like, if you say cis, you get deboosted and you get your shit limited. Obviously here, you can see your visibility has been limited for saying cis people. Now, every account that interacts with Verbub will be deboosted and visibility limited, and every account that interacts with them will happen the same to them, and so on, until eventually that entire... Elon Musk is actively trying to kill off the left-wing side of the internet because he wants these conservative posters, like Libs of TikTok, to post things and for nobody to have any pushback. If someone tweets something going against a Libs of TikTok tweet, the most likes it should ever be able to get is like 10 in Elon's ideal Twitter. And so these are the measures he's taken. But the problem with this is he's essentially made Twitter unusable for progressives. I barely use it anymore because despite having a shitload of followers that if I reply to, say, a huge YouTuber's tweet, my followers will see my tweet reply and they'll start replying to my tweet reply at a normal rate, like before I got shadow banned. But if I just outright tweet, the tweet gets no engagement because I'm shadow banned. There are ways to get around it and see your normal level of engagement again, but under normal circumstances, you're just kind of fucked. And so when you do this, and a large proportion of the platform is just not worth using anymore, of course people are going to leave. And of course the platform's going to die off. And when lefties leave the platform, why are conservatives going to even want to use it anymore? Conservatives don't make their, like, grift post, like, lie propaganda just for each other. For themselves. They make it so that they can trigger and like lefties and convince centrists. And if all those people have been deboosted out of existence for engaging with accounts that are trans or left-leaning because Elon hates them, then there's not going to be any lefties to troll. No centrists to like radicalize and convince. At that point, all you're gonna have, all the replies on every tweet at this point are just gonna be pussy in bio, my pussy in bio, my pussy in bio. Who wants to use that site anymore? You know? Anyway, I'm curious to see what you guys think of this issue. How long do you guys think Twitter has left in it? Comment down below if you guys, you know, feel like saying. I'm curious to see how long you guys think Twitter's going to last for at this rate. And maybe consider leaving a like if you want to support my videos and my streams. It really does help a whole lot no matter when and how you're watching the stream. You can also subscribe and ring the bell icon so you can get all notifications when I go live or upload new videos. You can even donate, subscribe, or gift a sub to me on my website, xanderhall.com/live, to support me financially, as well as support me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, and Patreon if you want to do it through some other means for some reason. And also, don't forget to join my fan Discord if you haven't already. It's a really fun spot. We love the fan Discord. It's really great. And, you know, we do watch parties, we do call-in streams, and all sorts of cool fan events in there, so join the community. It's a great time. Links all down below in the description. Alrighty, guys. How'd you all like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Watch party today? Yes, Delancer? Yes, indeed. Assuming a pillow is down, I need to check my DMs and see if a pillow responded. What time is watch party? At this rate, it'll probably be at 6 p.m. my time in about 2 hours. A little less than 2 hours at this rate, maybe a little more. I'll probably have stream go for 3.5 to 4 hours, so, you know, you do the math. God, my nose always itches when I'm live. Larry Bang 78, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based, very pog. It really helps a lot. Said... I've said it before, but I think that Elon will keep control of Twitter at least until the election is over to make sure it favors Trump. But if not, Elon will probably have to give up control of it. At this point, he can't sell it for anything even close to a profit. Like, there's no reason in the world for him to sell it. Like, he might as well try to make it profitable again by buckling to the woke and then selling it. You know, I don't know. He's kind of in a rock and a hard place here. I unironically wouldn't want to be him in this situation. Not that I'd ever be in his stead, but you know. Intern, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Very kind of you. I really appreciate that as well. Thank you. Says, I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyway. I don't know what that's a reference to, but thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Let me update the dono goal really fast for you guys. Do I know what Dracula Flow is? I don't know. I don't know what Dracula Flow is. No, I don't know. Have I committed a sin, chat? Link it. What the fuck, Zan? Link it. Link it, chat. Alright, what's Dracula Flow? Alright, here's a link.
I'm moving different. This
Dracula Flow 3. People are sending many links.
smoking shit in a glass pipe.
The Dracula Flow Saga. What is this?
We straight gassing, cutting straight to the bricks. Ha ha. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. We smoking runts. Shorty got a BBL, took that shit out because she couldn't run. I had to do it to them snipe. I went Judge Judy on that pussy snipe. I'm not loyal to anybody. I'm a demon. I have no loyalty for anyone. Never did, never will. Shorty chose to be with a demon. Sounds like her problem to me. Ha ha. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. My money longer than James Cameron. On and off the court, straight fundamentals. No funny business. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Moving like Dracula, we get it back in blood. You see it? I really did this. I'm really him. Flipped a whole brick into an empire. Stop playing with me. I have no sympathy. I live for this shit. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm nice with it. Ha ha. My money long. My pockets deep. No pocket watching in these parts. We straight gassing, cutting straight to the bricks. Chanel optics got me seeing shit. That pussy better stank, otherwise I don't want it. Popped a perk 30, got straight to fucking. That pussy dulce. Smoking fentanyl, lay cereal milk. I see God. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. That pussy got me screaming, crying, pissing, shitting, shooting ropes. Yeah, we getting that Pirate Bay alien shish kebab cordyceps money. I hope them aliens are real so that I have more things to fuck. Smoking the Qui-Gon Jinn Vietnamese Phillips head runts. She sucked me like a cordless Dyson V8. I'm in the K-hole, licking balloon knot. When I got the meat cannon, I be shooting straight rope. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Chanel optics got me seeing shit. I need fentanyl slime. I just popped a whole garbanzo bean. Fuck you mean. I smoke real Imrani, rapscallion ghost nuggets. Y'all can't fuck with me. I'm him. I've been him. I will continue to be him. Yellow rubies glistening like piss. Gulping sea monkeys by the gallon, my tummy feel crazy. That coochie yummy slime. That coochie doing it for me slime. They thought they could stop a demon, I'm back. The Zaza got me speaking Esperanto. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. We out here cloud seeding.
I can't stop watching.
The scope gleaming. You can't trust me. I don't even trust myself. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm getting too much money. Ass so fat. I'm peeking off this Danny Phantom slime. Can you remind me who I am? Get the president on the phone now. I fronted him a brick. I need my money. Hello? Black China? I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles into bath. We smoking symbiotes. Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian Fur Burger Deluxe Mega Million Scratcher Skunk Bubba Kush. We smoking.
What is he cooking?
Dung beetle. I'm on 12 Vicodins smoking on Scooby-Doo dick. We smoking Sequoia Banshee boogers. We snorting that good Buffalo Soldier Tamarind Jordanian jibbies. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. That Burberry backwoods pack hitting that pussy smell like a Hellcat V8. We smoking shit in a glass pipe, blowing the Lord's bubbles. I'm sick and
the scream laughing. Oh, by the way, Zan, Filthy Frank helped make this. Wait, that's great. Wait, that's awesome. That was Filthy Frank laughing? Wait, really? Wait, this is Joji? No, this isn't Joji. Is that Joji in the background laughing? There's no way this is Filthy Frank. No fucking shot this is him. I know it this is a old white man. Yeah, Joji definitely helped make it. This reminds me of the pink guy raps porn titles video.
I'm sick in the head. I'm on them Broward County Tic Tacs. I'm on them Georgetown.
Broward County Tic Tacs.
Geronimo's. I'm on them Nashville Nibblers. I left my Margellas in the Benz truck. I'll have to stun on them next time. I don't give a fuck if I go blind. I don't need to see the price tag anyway. I'm high on 12 Jason Bournes, looking to beat the cum out of a thick, fresh oak. We smoking filtered crack, you stupid piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you. Call that.
I'm quoting that on the daily. We're smoking crack, you piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you.
I'm high on 12 Jason Bournes, looking to beat the cum out of a thick, fresh oak. We smoking filtered.
My mom's watching this stream. What's her reaction? 20 notifications, my mom. Oh boy. Okay, they're mostly dog pictures. She says, please make it stop. Alex, this is the worst fucking thing ever, is what she texted me. She's watching this. She sees the stream.
Filtered crack, you stupid piece of shit. I'll fucking kill you. Call that pussy the Matrix, because I'm in this bitch and I can't get out. Last guy who ran off on the pack got choked out by some Givenchy gloves. The last thing he ever saw was the price tag on them. Slowly faded into darkness, and I let the archangels take him. Yeah. I need more Sequoia Banshee boogers. Don't be shy, girl. I love me some pastrami mud flaps. I'm moving like French Montana. Huh? Welcome to the Cream Kingdom, bitch. Open up. Black China, I drink her piss out of another man's balls. My shooter a crackhead. He looked like Woody Harrelson. You ain't seen 10 bands in your life, shit. Reach for my neck. You'll get turned into an example. Y'all gotta stop playing with me, man. I threw diamonds at the strip clubs under the Great Pyramids. I pushed the camel through the eye of a needle. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Tied the ops to the back of a Trackhawk and dragged him around the block for 24.
Fuck, he's sweating. He's sweating in the tie. It's dripping down his forehead.
Hours. Motherfucker looked like a Resident Evil 5 campaign extra after we was done with him. Ops wanted.
That was racist.
Some initiative. Blew up their entire quadrant. I'm moving like Oppenheimer. She dropped that ass on me from an egregious angle. They thought.
Egregious angle? Did you mean egregious? She dropped that ass on me at an egregious angle.
I was Stephen Wallace. Top shelf Zaza disrupted my circadian rhythm. I have seen the Magna Carta. I have seen the Eye of Horror. I was flipping bricks for Mansa Musa before y'all even became a Type 1 civilization. This shit ain't nothing to me, you stupid piece of shit. Step the wrong way and you will perish. That pussy feel like Biscoff butter. You think I care about this shit? Ask me if I care about this shit, because I don't give a shit. If I had $1 for every time they said I gave a shit, I'd be broke, because I don't give a shit. My bitch...
Oh my god. That's not a haircut, he's bald. They magic markered that on his head. There are very few times where I've gotten lightheaded from laughing on stream. This is one of them. Oh, holy shit. Dude, my grandma would have totally done this. She would have been 100% down, especially when during cancer treatment she was bald. She would have been 100% down to do this. It would have been so fucking funny. Oh my god.
You look like David Hasselhoff. I bawled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. Shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. Haters in shambles, they stay picking the corn out of my shit. The Smith & Wesson got me moving like an invasive species. I got Midas touch, fuck boy. Bitch so bad I made her shit in my chopped cheese. I'm at the bank about to withdraw all of it. These Valentinos are from Milan, you fucking idiot. That fentanyl gave me Vitruvian man flexibility. Got me in a state of rigor mortis. Caught a broke boy trying to come up on my Amazon package, so I skinned his ass alive. Ah! We smoking Sergi Bacchus spinal fluid infused quick release perks. She spread it and let me take a deep sniff of that mahi mahi. I gave that pussy a raspberry. They needed a stealth soldier.
Let me take a deep sniff of that mahi mahi.
So I put my hands on the hibachi hot plate at Benihana and burned my fucking fingerprints off. They will not find me. Konnichiwa, you little jit. Snorting some...
I'm fucking dude. How have I never seen this before? Oh my god. This continues for another 9 minutes.
Premium modest Yahoo got me fighting for my life. I make a nice stew out of that pussy. Blacked out on the Percocet. Ordered a Desert Eagle off Amazon. I used to nut in my socks until the crust smelled sweet. I ain't never going... back. Hidden Valley Ranch ice cream cake in my fronto leaf. Got Sudanese crystalline shards poking out my lungs. Fuck, boy. I'm in Gobekli Tepe shirtless in a loincloth, blowing bareback asshole out smoking aqueduct filtered sherm. Told Shorty to keep that box breathing. Yeah, she's squeezing the garlic. We smoking Java Man. Face pressed up against that monkey sniffing for dear life. The Cuban link will turn the diamond tester into a pipe bomb. Glock 34 shivered his timbers. Blew her back out using a mammoth skin condom. Dick pussy free balling like Shaq and Kobe. I'm smoking mess.
I'm in pain. I'm in pain. I'm actually in pain from laughing so hard. I need a minute. I can't breathe. Like, my vision is blurry, dude. Holy fuck. My stomach and my entire chest are, like, tight. What the fuck? Oh my god. Is this what people mean when they say I am weak? God, I feel nauseous. Christ. Any more texts from my mom? None. I think she stopped watching. Oh my god, guys. I am all kinds of fucked up right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. Well, that was definitely a stun lock. That was definitely a fucking stun lock. We know what Dracula Flow is now, I guess. Holy shit. Holy god. I'm gonna need to have, like, bookmarked the, like, transcript of that video so I can randomly quote random quotes from that video and VC with my friends and just make all of them laugh uproariously with, like, the random surprise, just Dracula Flow quote. I made stew out of that pussy is one of my favorites. Yeah, Dracula Flow is also my religion. My mom's gonna have to get real used to me quoting it on the regular. At Christmas, on birthdays, during holidays, and funerals. And weddings. Alright, I know what to cover next. Give me a sniff of that mahi mahi. I bet I could totally use that pickup line in a girl and it would work. Just simply saying, give me a sniff of that mahi mahi. Good God. At a family member's funeral. This shit ain't nothing to me, Snipe. Yeah. God. No. I love how utterly incomprehensible most of the lines are, yeah. If you're playing Lethal Company, there's a mod that makes the hoarding bugs say Dracula Flow lines? That will make me play Lethal Company. Hold on. Lethal Company Dracula Flow? No way.
Broke boy trying to come up on my Amazon package. Ops was talking crazy. Shot him in the mouth. I'm moving lucrative. I'm moving different. You see it? I really did this. I'm really him. I need fentanyl slime. When I got the meat cannon, I be shooting straight rope. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm starting to get real pissed off. I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit.
When they aggro the "I'll kill you, you stupid piece of shit" goes so hard. You could get that mod and play it with your friends. Get that and the mod that lets you play Lethal Company with up to 50 players in your lobby. That and that mod, and you're down for some real fucking hilarious moments. Oh my god. Oh my god, how deep does this rabbit hole go? Very deep, it would seem. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5 donations. Oh my god, imagine a Helldivers mod that made the automatons say Dracula Flow lines. Like, well, as they're marching, instead of their automaton march theme, they're doing Dracula Flow lines just randomly, and then when they see you, they just yell, "I'll kill you, you son of a bitch!" and then they just start screaming the meaner Dracula flow lines as they shoot you. Thank God Filthy Frank humor isn't dead. Yeah. People shit talk Filthy Frank humor on the left, but it truly is great. Thank you for the $5, Larry Banks 78. I appreciate it. Says, wait, on Helldivers, if Earth is taken, why doesn't Super Earth regroup to retake it instead of blowing it up like they do to other planets? It seems too suspicious. So, Super Earth falling is losing the retaking of Super Earth. If Super Earth is invaded, a defend campaign will start. If we lose that defend campaign, if it's like Helldivers 1, a live event occurs where we have one final push to liberate Super Earth. And if we fail that, Super Earth falls. That's Helldivers 1. Helldivers 2 is literally Helldivers 1, but with third person over the shoulder combat. Like literally, like if you watch Helldivers 1 footage, it is the same game. It's just a different perspective. Check out Plumcore's other videos, especially the Randall Times vids. Okay. Thank you for the $5, Larry Banks 78. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Hey, if you like my content, donate! Donate! Seriously, donate, guys. Look at my hair. Should I poof it up or should I try to like push it down? What's better? Push. Well, that's god awful. I feel like... Alright, chat. I look like a frizzy prince right now. Poof it out. My hair is very poofy. Got very fucking poofy hair. Look at this lock. What the fuck? Look at this natural lock. Put it back? No, there's no going back after that, guys. It's fucked now. This is my hair now. There's no going back at. You guys think it could go back after this? Maybe I can. Man, this bit needs to go. This bit really has to go. That's not going anywhere. Yeah. Gotta get a haircut, guys. Man, why does Zan hate having long hair so much? Cut it off then? Let me just go do that. Anyway. Bango the Buck, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the $5. Very kind of you. Very based. Very pog. Said, I found a Joe Biden version of Dracula Flow. Oh my god.
I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath. We smoking symbiote. Smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian farburger mega million scratcher skunk bumbakush. We smoking Dunbeal. I'm on 12 Vikinos smoking on Scooby-Doo dick. We smoking Sequoia and band-shaped boogers. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. That Burberry backwoods pack hitting that pussy smell like a Hellcat V8. I'm sick in the head. I'm on them Broward County Tic Tacs. I'm on them Georgetown Geronimos. I'm on them Nashville Nimblers. Last guy who ran off on the pack got choked out by some Givenchy gloves. The last thing he ever saw was the price tag on him. Slowly faded into darkness, and I let the angels take him. I leave Lorson, Hoy, and Banshee boogers. Don't be shy, girl. I love me some pastrami mud flaps. I drink her piss out of another man's balls. I'm moving different. This shit ain't nothing to me, man.
The new American anthem. Dude, I can't wait for America to conquer the planet and for us to become Super Earth. I'm so excited, guys. Aren't you excited to be real-life Helldivers? I'm so hyped. We're gonna do space American imperialism. Let's go. The best kind. All right. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Despite my wild hair suggesting this segment might be some somewhat silly subject matter, I'm sad to let you all know that we're actually going to be talking about something very grim, but very fresh off the presses news-wise. You see, Arizona just had an abortion ruling in regards, well, they just had a ruling on abortion. And the ruling is not over whether or not abortion will be legal, but over whether getting an abortion and providing an abortion will be criminalized. Whether out of state or in state, whether the state will deem you a criminal for getting an abortion. And well, what conclusion do you want to bet Arizona came to today? I've got an article here, or not an article, but a news bit here that breaks it all down. It's some pretty awful news, but this is what the Republicans do. They don't make compromises. The only time Republicans are willing to compromise on any issue, certainly abortion, is rhetorically when they are trying to get into power before they are in power. Once they have that power, it is all about no compromises, doing everything exactly as the most radical of their side wants to do, with no compromises and no room for others who don't agree with it to be separate from its consequences.
I just feel like it should be out of the government's control. I just feel like we're going back in time.
I'm not for abortion, but I think it's not the place of the state to punish women for deciding to have an abortion.
It's such an archaic law created by men.
Not even Arizona Republicans. Arizona Republicans are in favor of this ruling, criminalizing women who get abortions. This is an overstep thought impossible to even many apolitical centrist types, that you would have Republicans on a statewide level criminalizing abortion for the woman who gets it.
To control women's bodies puts fear in my heart because I know that women are going to die.
Arizona citizens and voters reacting to the news that their state Supreme Court had upheld a law from 1864.
So are you guys understanding now why I went over the story from yesterday? Or not yesterday, a couple years ago, where the 10-year-old girl who was raped had to go out of state to Indiana from Ohio to get an out-of-state abortion? Was she an Arizona citizen, that 10-year-old girl would be a criminal and would be facing juvenile charges upon returning to the state for getting the rape baby aborted.
Before the state existed, from before women had the right to vote.
This is what Republicans want. This is what they dream of. Retaliation on a legal level for young girls finding justice for their rape. They've always been pro-child rape. Now they've found the perfect avenue to enforce their pro-child rape policies through law and criminal action.
That bans all abortions except those to save the life of the mother.
As before, that definition, to save the life of the mother, that wording is extremely vague, and what that actually means is it can only ever be done when the woman is actively on a, table, dying, bleeding internally from hemorrhaging, or dying of sepsis, or, another such immediately about to kill you in, 5 minutes type deal. For example, I've got a friend, and she has some cancery shit going on with her reproductive system. Not too great. Not a great thing to be having going on. She is young. So young, in fact, that it is kind of mind-blowing that she even has any type of cancer. And so the fact that doctors in her conservative-ass state refuse to provide a full hysterectomy or even a partial one, which is, they outright say, is what she needs to get or the cancer is going to get worse. They have outright told her in their state the only way that she can get her uterus out so that the cancer does not kill her is if she is actively dying of, and I quote, sepsis on the operating table. It has to be an emergency surgery to remove it. It cannot be done preemptively or as a treatment to prevent and stop cancer from spreading. So to be very clear, when they say women are going to die from this, they are very goddamn serious. Because even in the cases where it will save the mother's life, that's only in the short term. This has banned the ability for full hysterectomies to be done to prevent the spread of cancer in that state. And not only that, but outside of state, if they go and get that treatment, they may be chased down criminally. That 1864 law covers cancer and IVF legally, like legally covering it as it's okay, or covers it as in saying it's wrong, like it's illegal. Could you, like, elaborate there? This is extremely scary. Like, Arizona is going to have, like, a potential political transformation this coming election because of this. It's illegal. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, like I said before, getting cancer treatment and IVF, those are also criminalized under this bill. They're actually, like, enforcing an 1864 law that has been unenforced for a long time. They voted yes in favor of enforcing it. It is an 1864 law. The definition established IVF falls under the definition established in 1864, though.
And it's prison time for any doctor who performs one. It is one of the most severe laws in the country, and amid backlash, Republicans in the state of Arizona fell all over themselves to try to condemn the Supreme Court ruling, despite having supported similar restrictions in the recent past. That includes the disgraced ex-president who tried to distance himself from the ruling.
Damn.
That was a
disgraced ex-president. Woo! Yeah, these are Trump loyalists, and Trump is desperate now to separate himself from this. He's said that it's gone too far. The problem is, like, these are Donald Trump's constituents. Like, there's no universe in which this isn't a thing Trump is in favor of, and if Trump is in power, more of his constituents won't just do more of this. They've taken an inch. Now they're ready to take the mile.
a direct result of his handpicked Supreme Court members overturning Roe.
Mr. President, did Arizona go too far? Did Arizona go too far?
Yeah, they did, and that'll be straightened out.
Do you think a doctor should be punished who perform abortions?
I'll let that be to the states. You know, everything we're doing now is states and states' rights.
This is him going back on it, by the way. So whenever there is an unpopular policy made, Trump will say it goes too far until people forget about it and stop asking him about it. Yeah, he is falling apart, by the way. Trump is just melting. Yeah, I know. He's shiny. He's receding. Everything's fucking up for him. He's fat. But he's also getting skinnier. It's weird. It's really weird. Anyway, yeah. Basically, Trump has to go back and forth on this, going from, like, it's up to the states, because that's what, like, radical conservatives want to hear, because the states will just outright ban it and do more of this. But then whenever it happens, and nationally there is a massive uproar, even among his own, like, majority of voters, he has to play it off as something that goes too far, that he'll straighten out if they just elect him.
Really telling on himself with that last part, right? Cutting through all the denials and efforts to change the subject was State Senator Eva Birch, who made waves when she spoke on the floor of the Arizona State Legislature last month about the ordeal she was forced to endure to obtain abortion health care after finding out that her baby she was pregnant with, would not survive. Here's what she said yesterday, reminding the people of Arizona and all of us exactly.
There are a shitload of pretty well-developed pregnancies where the fetus dies and there is a corpse inside of the mother, and the mother is going to isn't able to miscarry it as with such relative ease as you could earlier on. And so it requires what is effectively a post-death abortion, where, like, they do the late, like, you know, if they do, when they very rarely do a very late pregnancy abortion, with that whole process where they, like, inject a death potion into the fetus and then they, like, cut it up and then they suck it out or whatever, like the really, like, happened 5 times ever type of abortion. They basically have to do that in order to get the dead fetus out of the mother, because many cases this just happens. Like 6 months, 7 months in, the fetus dies, and that's like a something this large and approximately baby-shaped now rotting and decomposing inside of the mother, and it's big and it's applying pressure and it's a problem. Now it is illegal to remove that, and it may be criminal to leave the state and do that. Now, thankfully, if you can consider this a thankfully, considering this is going to be a state-enforced thing, the women who go out of state to get abortions and these life-saving procedures will likely just have a warrant out for their arrest in Arizona and any other state that this ends up following suit. And as long as they don't go back to Arizona, they won't get arrested. Like state police and what are they called? Federal police won't go after them out of state of where they are. So they could just stay where they were, go to any other state, but they can't go back to the state they came from because a warrant will likely be out for their arrest.
Who's responsible?
For murder.
Please believe me and understand. Women will die.
Of a baby.
Please stop killing us with your arrogance. If you feel like your political party has been hijacked by radical extremists, that's because...
Yeah, on the upside, you can at least still be a fugitive in America after you get your illegal abortion. For now.
I am just calling out to the people of Arizona and to the people of this country to please consider your loved ones, consider the reality of the consequences of these decisions, and join us, and be with us, and vote in November. This is a hostile and inhospitable environment for people who want to have children to grow their families. This is the result of Republican political extremists. And we have to break through this. We have to do better. Please come with us. Please help us.
And it is a pleasure to introduce, joining our conversation is Arizona State Senator Eva Birch and the president and CEO of the National Women's Law Center, Fatima Goss-Graves. Basil is still with us. Madam Senator, I played some of what I'd seen you say publicly, and I just first have to ask, how do you take this epic personal tragedy, which is what any of these tragedies are for any woman who's pregnant and who has a loss or has a diagnosis? How do you find it in you to put it all out there for all of us?
Thank you so much for inviting me and for having me here today. It's such an important conversation.
I'm not an accelerationist. I'm really not. But at the same time, I've noticed a trend in the world of political messaging where you get into these stints where the Republicans are on good behavior, for a lack of a better way of saying it, where the average median voter, the average politically disaffected normie, looks at the right and sees a bunch of well-reasoned, rational, free thinkers, and they look at the left and see a bunch of raving lunatics. Gamergate was famously an era where this happened, where many moderate, centrist, politically disaffected young people were swathed into the right by the perception that the right were just fighting against the invasion of politics into their interests, which is happening once again right now. We're in Gamergate 2, as they call it. And so we're in these eras where like the right will be on their best behavior, and you can say, this is what the right wants to do. Look at their rhetoric. Look at their past behaviors. But without anything currently planned or anything that is a very recent, insanely bad note to point to of what the Republicans or the right stand for and what they want to do and how bad they truly are, it's very, very easy for people to deny, and just to follow with what the right wants them to do, which is to believe their euphemism. Believe that the like, do you remember the coiner of the term alt-right back in 2015, 2016 was Richard Spencer. He coined that term. And when that term first got popular, it was a proud label that guests on CNN, MSNBC, ABC, these big news networks like what we're watching now would call themselves as they came onto the show to discuss how the alt-right is actually just this new, young, hip generation of conservatism that's far more socially liberal, but much more focused on just, more... we care about immigration and economic conservatism, but we don't care if you're gay. We don't care if you're trans. It's honestly at this point the left who have gotten far more regressive. I mean, they care so much about race. They're obsessed with identity politics. At this point, the left are the real racists. We've had sort of a switch, and that was the narrative that these alt-righters that proudly called themselves such on television would say. And then time passed, and people started to realize that alt-righters are the guys who go to rallies and carry tiki torches and chant "Jews will not replace us," and we kind of realize that's actually just another word for Nazi. And when you call someone alt-right now on the right, like when I call a conservative YouTuber alt-right now, it's literally the same as calling them a Nazi. They see it as a thought-terminating cliche or some kind of insult, or an attempt to try and deplatform them, and they get hyper defensive when they get called alt-right because it's broadly recognized as a bad thing now. So once again, I am not an accelerationist, but I think that there is a silver lining to this situation where hoping at least, and hoping only goes so far, that this stops at one state, that having a hyper conservative pro-Trump state that's outright criminalized women doing this when they can still leave and still, unfortunately be fugitives of their state, this may be the thing that turns the tide in November. I hate to think about politics like this because these are people's rights and their lives, but, fuck. We'll see. Will this be enough to, potentially make Arizona go blue in November? Because if it is, then it may be worth it, ? Well, not worth it, but it's a silver lining, In hindsight, we'll look back and be like, man, I'm kind of glad we had this round in the chamber to use against Trump, hey, Trump, why are your fans criminalizing abortion and life-saving procedures? In 2020 and 2016, certainly, that wasn't an argument that could be used against him. Now it is. And remember, abortion is one of the strongest wedge issues in all of American voting, just across the board. Immigration and abortion are the biggest wedge issues in all of American politics.
I actually was grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak about my experience. I just think that the wrong people are controlling the conversation a lot of the time. That they take advantage of that. These are private matters. They take advantage of that. People are grieving and are struggling and are not very likely to want to share that. I thought it was really important to break through some of the stigma that exists and to have a more honest, more comprehensive conversation about who the abortion patient is and what abortion care looks like. I was still pregnant when I made my initial speech, and I had my procedure just days later. And I wanted people to come along with me so that they could understand better. And I wanted people who maybe are curious and have questions but feel uncomfortable or awkward asking those kind of questions to have somewhere to go, something to look towards.
And what have you heard? What do people come up? Actually, you know what? Let me first, for our viewers that didn't see it, let me show our viewers that original floor speech, if you don't mind. Okay.
I don't know how many of you know this, but a few weeks ago I learned that against all odds, I am pregnant. And right now, the safest and most appropriate treatment for me, and the treatment that I choose, is abortion. But the laws that this legislature has passed has interfered with my ability to do that, along with countless others. I stand with those who have had to grapple with and navigate Arizona's restrictive laws surrounding abortion in a time when the decisions being made were complicated enough. I'm with...
Something you have to understand is that half of the most radical people on this position who are against abortion unironically believe that abortion is institutionalized baby murder. Through and through, without a shadow of doubt or ability to convince them otherwise, they think that doctors are murdering babies en masse, chopping them up and taking joy in it. A lot of this is genuine mental illness. Look up the statistics for how much untreated mental illness is just out there in America, and that'll give you an idea of okay, that explains a lot about why there's a lot of conservatives that believe what they do, and say what they do. And I think it's important to remember that a lot of these people are just downright insane. And from their end of things, they are fighting against baby murderers. And on the other end of things, you've got the psychotic grifters, those that know that this whole like moralizing, we've got to save the babies argument is just bullshit. And they just want to control women. They knowledgeably, actively, in their minds, presently, know and admit they want to control women. They want to have power over women's reproductive systems as a principle.
I appreciate them. I am them.
I am them. I mean, you just almost never hear that from any public figure, and especially around these issues. What I wanted to ask you was,
I like the pin.
What have you heard in return? What? Because sometimes putting yourself out there
the pussy pin
brings back the most unexpected sort of opening up from other people, from your constituents.
That's exactly what the response has been. I've had countless emails, people sending mail here to the Senate, people sending me messages on social media and to my campaign website, just so many people coming to me and sharing their own personal stories and just feeling grateful that they feel like they now have a seat at the table. You know, it's so difficult to watch these things happen and to feel so helpless and to feel like you don't have a voice. And I'm just so grateful that I've been able to have some control over this situation. If in no other way in the messaging about what abortion care is, and to be able to again represent so many people who have been through similar circumstances and others that were sometimes much more difficult and complex.
You know, Arizona's Supreme Court is in the exact position that the United States Supreme Court is in, right? 81% of all Americans think that abortion should be between a woman and her doctor.
To be clear, 81% total Americans believe that abortion should be legal in some way. Roughly 40% of Americans believe that it should be legal with some restrictions, while 20% believe, you do the math. It's like 40 or 50% believe that it should be with some restrictions, and there's like a remaining minority of people in favor of it that believe it should just be no restrictions, legal. And the people who believe it should be legal with some restrictions, those are just useful puppets of conservatives, unfortunately, because they are kind of like, they can be convinced to vote Republican because they'll believe when Trump says, I'm not anti-abortion. Hopefully not as Trump's guys are actively criminalizing abortion in some states. Hopefully not then. And as Trump's Supreme Court Supreme Court justices are shooting down Roe v. Wade.
In Arizona, those numbers aren't too different. What can be done? I mean, the public reaction, the universally unpopular nature, even among Republicans, is clear. But what can we do for women who in 14 days will have to live under this draconian new law?
14 days till it goes into effect.
I'll tell you, there are a couple of possibilities right now. The most pressing, of course, would be to pass something through the Arizona legislature. And what really needs to be said about that is that we could have done that at any point in time. We could have done this 2 years ago when abortion clinics closed down all around the state of Arizona after the overturning of Roe. We should have done this a long time ago, and we've been in session since January. We've known that this was being litigated at the Arizona Supreme Court, and it's really now too little too late, and people are scrambling to try to fix this problem. And so we could potentially do something here in the Arizona legislature to repeal that ban. Otherwise, we really are looking at November and at the ballot initiative. I'm sure that they're going to continue to work things through the lower courts. And I know our Attorney General is working very hard to try to see if there are solutions on her end. But I think that the two things that are the most pressing where people can actually have some influence are, of course, here in the legislature and writing your representatives and making phone calls and doing what you can to put pressure on the Republican legislature, since obviously all of the Democrats are supportive of this repeal. And again, just really getting involved and making sure that we get this ballot initiative across the finish line and that people come to vote in November to make sure that it passes.
Nowhere where abortion was on the ballot has it failed at the ballot box. And I wonder what you want people to know about your state and what you want people to know as Arizona becomes the next state to embark on a ballot process.
I'm going to let them speak here.
Well, I'm very hopeful, again, that we can follow in those same footsteps. I think that the most important thing for people to know is that this ballot initiative isn't the fix. You know, we really need to be electing pro-choice candidates up and down the ticket, from the presidency down to our state
Democrat
legislatures.
down ballot.
And even if we do get a short-term fix in the legislature sometime in the next 2 weeks, we have Republicans on the record for years with their voting history, with their public statements, with legislative proclamations promising us that they're going to continue to try to erode these rights. This fight isn't over yet. And so, yes, we need to do what we can for this ballot measure, but we also need to hold our electeds accountable, and we need to make sure that we are holding ourselves accountable to support and promote and elect pro-choice candidates up and down the ticket in Arizona, so that this doesn't continue to happen, because it will. If we continue to have the representation in Arizona that we have now, these rights are going to continue to erode the way that they have for decades under our current Republican leadership.
Hey everyone, MSNBC.
That is a great place to end it off. Holy crap. Yeah, we have to fight back. Listen, the Republicans play a very dangerous game of having to advocate for this overwhelming, all-encompassing, unpopular, overreaching policy for their most radical, fervent supporter base that will rip them apart if they don't meet their expectations, all the while making sure not to push away the majority of people by supporting an unpopular policy. As they said before, oversimplifying the stat a little bit, roughly 80% of Americans believe that abortion should be illegal in some form. So something this overreaching that doesn't just make abortion illegal, but criminalizes women for getting it and make them fugitives of their state if they go and do it in another state where they have used their state's rights to decide it is legal. It's pretty much implying that citizens of a state are like property of that state now. Very bizarre, but I guess there will be Republicans that'll find a way to agree with this. I'm really curious what you guys have to say about this, whether you think the Attorney General or any potential legislative action will be taken that can prevent this, if anything will be done. You misspoke. You said 80% of people want abortion to be illegal. I think I said legal, and I might have enunciated like a bit of an before I said legal, and you might have heard that as an I, but I'm pretty sure I said legal. I apologize. I meant legal. Anyway, yeah, I think that if you want to protect your rights, as much as the Republicans not only want to take them away, but make you a criminal for trying to, like, act on them, maybe consider volunteering with Progressive Victory. I know I've been shilling for them for a while now and telling you guys to go volunteer and go ask if there's any work you can do for them to help get Democrats in power and get these Republicans out of office, especially in these state-level elections where this kind of stuff matters. This is the level of matters that state-level elections matter, okay? So yeah, go speak with Progressive Victory. If you're more of like a NEET and you like to stay home, they've got phone banking you can do and tons of other at-home work that you can do to help Democrats get elected. And if you like to go out and do things, oh boy, do they've got things you can do and go out and do. Canvassing, events, volunteering, all sorts of cool stuff. So go check it out. Go to the website, links in chat, links down below in the description. And of course, I want to see in the comments down below what you guys think of this whole situation, what your predictions are, what your thoughts are in general. I always love reading your comments, of course. I've been reading them a lot more lately, especially the hate comments, because they've started to get like weirdly more insane to the extent of hilarity lately. I think I might do a segment one of these days going over some like hate comments, just like reading hate comments, because they're actually hilarious at this point. Anyway, like, comment, subscribe, donate, ring the bell icon, all that good stuff. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Despite the grim subject matter, once again, I hope you guys were able to enjoy that segment. And hopefully you guys are leaving many likes. Thank you for covering these things, Zan. No problem. I hope I'm able to make news that's basically only, like, you're really only going to learn from, like, dry, like, mainstream news stuff a little more entertaining and fun. honestly. Since I kind of made this part of that segment, I feel like I'd be double dipping on topics, but just to make a segment on this, because I basically covered this in the last segment, the Trump on abortion stuff. So I'm going to mark that off the list and tell you guys what. Instead, I'll do the Illymation drama today, instead of a third abortion segment on Trump. I imagine you guys would prefer that. I'm off to watch AEW. Someone ping me when it's watch party time. I shall ping you, Heavy Gretel. I shall ping you. Been live for roughly 2 hours. In a bit less than 2 hours, I'll probably be wrapping up stream, and shortly after that, I'll be doing the watch party. Left-handed? No, I'm right-handed. This is my right hand. It's just my camera is flipped. Like, for example, if I show you some text, like, here's some text. You can see it's backwards because my camera's flipped. And the reason it's flipped is so that I'm looking at the chat. Otherwise, if I flip my camera, I mean, I could show you what it looks like flipped and why I don't do that. Transform, flip horizontal. I mean, this is how my room actually looks, but I feel like this looks worse, you know? Like, I think it's important that my chat is, like, being looked at for one, and it wouldn't look good if I just moved it to the other side of the screen. I don't feel like that would look good. Flip it back already? Okay, okay. Back to normal. Back to normal. That looks so wrong, Lamau. I hate it. That's crazy. Cam flips are weird. Yeah. I've always had it flipped like this. No matter where I've always had no matter where I'm set up, I've always had to flip my camera like this because I've never been oriented in a way where the direction I'm looking would be at my chat. Like, I've never had the camera to the left of me, where I look to the left of the camera. If that was the case, then I'd be able to set it up like that. I wouldn't have to fit it or flip it, which I kind of like. Honestly, the amount of time I spend looking to my right has made looking to my left, like, my neck is tight. Like, looking to my left is actually hard. Like, my muscles tighten up. Oh, that crack. Ooh. And it's like, I can turn and easily look to my left or to my right at the camera because that's where I'm always looking, but looking to my left is harder. Oh, had to pop my neck there. Okay. I'm curious, how many people we got watching and liking right now? Nearly 300 people watching and only 164 likes? What are you guys doing? You guys gotta do your part. You're slacking. Think of me like I'm Super Earth, and every time you like the stream, you're like contributing your small win to a planet's liberation, okay? So like the stream, because Helldivers teaches you a very valuable lesson. That every small little bit of contribution counts and helps and matters, you know? I know there's a bunch of you watching right now that haven't liked. Hit that motherfucking like button. Come on, guys. I believe in you. Okay. Perry Icefire, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Said, I absolutely love when you cover abortion topics. I find many news articles related or associated with it to the point it kind of scares me at times. Yeah, I get that it's nicer to have someone else to kind of tell you this stuff instead of reading it yourself and just kind of stewing on it. I think that's a valuable service I provide. I hope you guys think it's worth your support. And if you do think it's worth your support, please at least leave a like. It really does help, seriously, seriously. Sorry I forgore. Please do not forgore to leave a like. If you think maybe you didn't leave a like, please check, and if you didn't, leave a like. Xander Hall, when my mom heard about this, me and her talk about it and told her that the Republicans are party of projection and a party of child rape and full of pedos. Hopefully she believes it, because it's true. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, you know how back in 2020, when Biden became our current president, there was this massive push by Trump and the Republicans, frankly, since the start of Election Day, to have every state's ballots recounted, in some cases multiple times, in an attempt to find invalid and fraudulent ballots. Now, every time they did this, a full-on investigation was done, they had a court case and everything, and there were never any fraudulent ballots found. They were never able to, find any that were fraudulent. In fact, upon doing recounts and counting more ballots for the state, because not every ballot gets counted on election night if they don't come in soon enough, and the race gets called before the ballots are counted, more ballots were counted for Biden. Despite it wouldn't have made a difference, because that amount of ballots, regardless of who they went to, would have been negligible. It would have made no difference to the outcome. That's why they called the race at that point. However, those ballots were for Biden. In most of the states where they tried to find more ballots that weren't counted that could go to Trump. Trump kept on saying he wants you to find more ballots, find more Trump ballots, find more Trump ballots. I need you to find them. With the implication that, if they don't exist, then you need to make them exist, Maybe just the implication, not, it's all about the implication. And then, of course, years have passed. I think upwards of 40 court cases were done to try and overturn the election in terms of investigating for fraudulent ballots. And here's where it gets fucking hilarious. We got this news about a month ago. So I'm a little late to this, to be fair, but I have to talk about it. It's too funny not to. A judge finally found fraudulent votes. They're all from a Republican. A Republican official has voted illegally an astonishing number of times. A prominent Georgia state Republican, who has repeatedly claimed the 2020 election was stolen, was found to have voted illegally 9 times. Brian Pritchard, the first vice chairman of the state Republican Party, higher up to a real representative of those people, violated state election laws when he voted illegally in 9 elections from 2008 to 2010, a Georgia judge ruled Wednesday. At the time he cast those votes, Pritchard was still on probation after being convicted of a forgery felony in Pennsylvania in 1996. You know what? Conservatives are always the ones talking about how quote-unquote easy it is to, to make fraudulent votes. They're always talking about how we need voter ID because it's so easy. They just ask you for your address and your name, and it's that simple. We need serious voter ID. We need serious security to this stuff. And it's like, they're always going into detail about how you could cast fraudulent votes. And frankly, I never knew how one would do that until conservatives started explaining it. And the fact that this story has come out makes me wonder, if they did a broad investigation of every red state's elections, is there a chance that a bunch of the good old boys out in the country who vote Republican maybe cast 9 or 10 votes pretending to be, dead and, deceased loved ones and non-existent people at their address or at other people's addresses and cast fraudulent votes however this guy did it? Wait a minute, why do they know? That's my question, right? Do you think conservatives broadly silently practice voter fraud, and it's just a thing they do, and they think that the left does it too, and that's why they're so accusatory? Because everything the right nonstop accuses the left of is just what they're doing and desperately trying to redirect attention from by accusing the other political side of doing that thing. This is obviously a single case, but how much you want to bet that entire Republican electoral wins have been made by Republican election fraud? Georgia is one of the 15 states that bars people from voting until they have completed their sentence, including probation. Judge Lisa Boggs ordered Pritchard to pay a $5,000 fine for his illegal votes. He will also receive a public reprimand. That is the only thing that happens to you when you vote illegally. Very nice, very cool. So that's what happens when Republicans do voter fraud. But if a Democrat does it, death penalty, prison, lock her up, so on and so forth. Except Democrats haven't done voter fraud. They're completely projecting. Pritchard told Boggs he believed he had completed his sentence when he cast the illegal votes. He said he was not aware that the Pennsylvania criminal court had extended his probation until 2011 for allegedly failing to pay $38,000 in restitution. He's a felon who's voted. It's illegal. These are like those illegal votes that those Republicans kept talking about. The confusing nature of the U.S. sentencing system is a real issue when it comes to voting rights. Multiple people, particularly black people, have been charged for trying to vote while ineligible due to felony convictions. But Boggs said she did not believe this was the case for Pritchard. Listen, he's just a little guy. He's just a little white guy. You gotta let him go with a slap on the wrist. Just a little $5,000 fine. You know, if a black guy does it, it's gotta be prison. It's felony. But, you know, he's just a little white guy. In her ruling, Boggs wrote that she did not find Pritchard's defense credible because he had appeared in court multiple times while his probation was extended. So he should have known he had not completed his sentence. Yet no one doesn't know when they're on probation, okay? When you're on probation, that is the most life-destroying shit ever if you're like a normal person just trying to live a normal life. I know that, now granted, I don't have a ton of experience in this ballpark, to be clear, but I've heard a few people tell stories about being on probation, and my understanding, especially in the case of the state of Georgia, because I lived in Florida, and some of my friends are in this case, they do, like, at least weekly drug tests while you're on probation until it ends. They call you regularly to check in. Your probation officer is in constant contact with you. You're constantly nervous about your next probation thing. There is no reality whatsoever in which anyone, certainly not an elected official, just lets it slip his mind that he was on probation and then goes and votes as a felon, not knowing he was breaking the law. I love how much charitability there is for these people, you know? They can hurl the most vile accusations, and it's almost as though the fact that they've so like clearly said that they hate this thing doesn't out them as a hypocrite. Instead, it makes it seem as though, I guess to the people who make the decision, that they must have made a mistake. This isn't them being a hypocrite and just revealing their true colors, it's just them making a mistake. Xander Hall, a person convicted of the offense of criminal solicitation to commit election fraud in the first degree shall be punished by imprisonment for no less than 1 and no more than 3 years. The problem is he wasn't found guilty in the first degree because the judge believed that it was an accident and believed the story that he just forgot, I guess. Pritchard, like many Republicans, has repeatedly insisted that the 2020 election was fraudulent, tipped in Joe Biden's favor by thousands of illegal votes. No one, including investigators hired by former President Donald Trump, have found any evidence to back up this conspiracy. It continues to be an unfounded conspiracy. They just can't find any evidence. And yet, here we have evidence of Republicans engaging in what is technically election fraud. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Man, I hope they do more investigations like this in the future and find tons more Republican voter fraud. If anyone needs to get voter ID'd, it's the Republicans, you know? Like, it has to ask, will you vote Republican or Democrat? And if they say they'll vote Republican, they just get denied for a voter ID and they can't vote. That is the system I want, frankly. That is the dream system. We need it. So they found the illegal voters, and it was them all along. It was them all along. Listen, I want to hear what you guys think about this story. Comment down below to tell me your thoughts, and I will, I'd be interested in hearing them. I really enjoy reading your comments and hearing what you guys have to say. I'd also like to hear you guys drop a like. I really hear you guys drop a like. What the fuck am I saying? I would really appreciate it if you guys would drop a like. Every single thumbs up in my streams, videos, etc. really does go a long way and helps my channel a lot more than I think you guys even know. On top of that, if you guys really want to go the extra mile to support me, you can always donate, subscribe, gift a sub, or support me financially on YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. And you can also buy merch. All links down below in the description. And hey, maybe even join my fan Discord, where even tonight we're doing a watch party of the awesome new TV show From. It's a horror mystery show that I'm so excited to get more people into. It's such a great, fucking great show. And, yeah, we also do call-ins and other community-oriented events. So if that interests you, join my fan Discord, link down below in the description. Hell yeah. What'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Young Sheldon watch party when. Get out of here with that. You must be on the West Coast? I am indeed on the West Coast. That's why I've got sunlight streaming in through my window. Which of the last two topics should I cover first? Yeah, I'll do the next topic. We need to fund Zan one of those pipe vapes and a wizard cloak. I want to get one of those, like, wizard pipe electronic weed vapes and nicotine vapes. They make those too that look like a Hobbit like weed pipe, weed pipe, and just use that from now on and have my scrolls and my potions, and I have my Witcher medallion behind me, but I don't have it on right now. Hemorrhoid King 2, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you for the $5. It helps a lot. Says, having a good time. Thanks for streaming tonight. Aw, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, I'm glad I was able to stream tonight and entertain you. Thank you for the kind donation. Let me update the dono goal. Zan, you should start talking medieval every time you pull out the scroll to build character. That would be funny, yeah. That would be funny. Dylan has a corncob pipe. I need something like that, but more high-tech. No stream tomorrow, War Penguin. I streamed yesterday. I'm streaming today, but tomorrow's my day off, and then I stream the next 2 days after that. You know the schedule. Assuming I don't get sick. God, I got fucking... I think I got food poisoning. I think I got food poisoning the other day, chat. It was bad. It was real bad. It really hurt. It was one of those really crampy, painful food poisoning bouts. You know the kind. Where you're just relieving pressure bit after bit every bathroom visit, but there's never just a full release. What did you eat? Chicken. I ate fried chicken. I vomited numerous times. Like, at one point I was, like, just vomiting up green foam. Like, I'd just woken up in the morning and I just felt sick. And I was vomiting up green foam to start with. And I was like, because my stomach was empty. It was just, like, sick person bile. Did I eat medium rare chicken? I think the fried chicken I got from the restaurant I ordered it from might not have been cooked all the way through. Or it's possible that, like... The chicken, the raw chicken, touched a cutting board or a plate or a surface, got salmonella on it, or got, like, just not good stuff on it, and then that got, like, touched the cooked, finished chicken that no longer was going through any cooking process, packaged up and sent to me. So at some point, something that touched raw chicken touched my chicken, because it was not raw. I would have tasted it, I would have noticed it, it was cooked all the way through by the looks of things. I think something that touched raw chicken touched my cooked food, and that got me sick. Whether it be a hand, a cutting board, a plate, a something that touched raw chicken and almost immediately after touched my food. Someone scratched their butt and didn't wash their hands. Thanks for that mental image, Alex Carswell. Nasty, yeah, it's rough. Just like Minecraft? Just like Minecraft! I want to make a funny joke, but I don't know the spoilers command. I don't want to spoil from. Oh, ride the rails. Do not spoil from. Do not do that. I'm gonna take a sip. Let me see. Okay. Alright, I know what we're covering next. I'm gonna go use the restroom, and I'm gonna go get a Monster Energy, so be patient while I'm gone. I'll be right back. I will not be gone long. I must, relieve my bladder and grab a Monster Energy to perk myself up. What do you mean it's so over? Wait, what's going on? What happened? What happened? What happened? I was eaten? Rough. Did somebody post a spoiler for From? No? Okay. I was worried somebody tried to use the spoiler tag to post a spoiler for From and it didn't work. The monsters from shit my pants. So true. So true, Ride the Rails. So true. Just to let you know, but EA came out to say that rumors of Dead Space 2 being canceled is false and that they only had motive to work on Iron Man and Battlefield right now. But DS2 is still in concept phase. That's good news. That's good news. I saw the response, but I left the tweet up because I don't care. It's Twitter. Elon owns it. Who fucking cares? That's good. I'm really... I was not happy to almost relive the second death of one of my favorite game franchises, which is, like, for some reason really popular, but if this happened, just for some reason can't maintain enough popularity to keep going for some reason. Apparently that's not possible. Yeah, Capcom has not made a new Mega Man game in nearly 6 years. Well, to be fair, Capcom knows that people don't want difficult games anymore. I mean, look at the utter failure that is Elden Ring. I got a funny Pringus Dingus meme. What the fuck is a Pringus Dingus? What the fuck? I don't know who this is.
All women are queens, Sonic. You can't treat them like objects, you head.
If she
This
breathes,
goes crazy.
she's a
Oh my god, it's Sonic. Budget cuts, you know how it is. Budget cuts.
I ran out of ideas.
Yeah, budget cuts. It just happens, you know. I like the Stream Deck. I had one of those once, and it fucking broke. It fucking broke. I shit you not. It just stopped working one day. The buttons stopped displaying properly. I would hit them, and nothing would happen. Hit them. I'd click them, and nothing would happen. Like, I was very upset about that. I was very, very upset. To be fair, I never really had enough room on my desk for it, so it was always kind of cramped in between my monitors, and the wire getting bent around probably broke it, but, you know, I haven't been able to get a big desk. If you could see the pitiful amount of room I have for my mouse right now, you guys would probably wonder how I'm playing video games, and that's with a very high sensitivity. The very high sensitivity. Alright, let me get the next segment ready. Alright. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Man, with this hair, I kind of look like a Star Wars character. I really need a haircut, guys. Regardless, the story trailer for a new Star Wars game called Star Wars Outlaws has just been released. Apparently the game comes out on August 30th, like pretty fucking soon. Now, I'm not myself the biggest Star Wars fan, nor am I a Star Wars not fan. I feel like you're definitely missing out on some pretty decent media if you've never seen Star Wars before. You really should watch, like, all the movies at least once. Certainly at least the original trilogy. You know, I can get in the mood for some good Star Wars content. If the content is good, I can get in the mood for it. Rogue One, Andor, these are really good pieces of Star Wars media. As far as games, Lego Star Wars will always be the GOAT. Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order I found to be awesome. I haven't played the new one yet, which I really want to. After a replay of Fallen Order on the, like, I'm just gonna play through it on the hardest difficulty and try to get through it. And then after that, Survivor after that. Knights of the Old Republic, pretty good too. Listen, Star Wars, for all of its faults right now, and there are many reasons to criticize the movie, show, media empire that is Star Wars. The games are usually pretty fucking good. When, like, the worst, I mean, outside of, like, the recent Star Wars Battlefront remake scandal, it's just, like, it's so bad of a release, it's just a scandal, you know? And, like, some controversy with other things back in the past, like, overall, Star Wars has a pretty good reputation with games. So, who knows, maybe this will be good. I literally haven't seen this trailer yet. I've only seen the discourse around the trailer, which is very toxic. Let's watch the trailer. It's like 2 minutes long. I'll try not to interrupt or anything like that. It's relevant, though. It's relevant, what happens and, what we see in this trailer to the thing the right is obviously losing their mind about, the crazy-ass chuddy Star Wars fans that they say they love Star Wars, but all they talk about in regards to Star Wars is vitriolic hate towards things that are Star Wars. You would think people who are fans of Star Wars would like Star Wars more. I don't know.
Each of you represents some of the most powerful criminal organizations in the galaxy. Pikes, Crimson Dawn.
Graphics are good.
Huts. It's a golden age for the underworld. The Empire controls every corner of the galaxy, but they're distracted by a rebellion that won't quit.
Okay, it's a game that takes place in the best era of Star Wars. Good.
It's an opportunity to make millions.
Kay Vess.
Here she is. This is the character that has made the right lose their fucking mind. The main protagonist. You guys are going to be very surprised to hear this, or maybe not surprised. The right has lost their mind and is now calling this woman hideous and ugly, and another instance of Western game devs hating attractive women. Man, the bar is getting pretty high now, isn't it? Like, you actually kind of have to be a supermodel in full makeup as a female character to not be considered ugly by these dudes, right? Like, it is getting fucking wild. And this isn't even just conservatives either. It's like your average centrist dude bro gamer types that are absolutely jumping on the bandwagon saying this woman is ugly. And because of their narrative that this is an ugly woman, this game has now been pitted against another game in the culture war. This is always what happens, as you guys know. The right has to find the thing that is the woke bad thing that needs to be canceled and it has to fail and go broke. And then the popular anti-woke thing that they can compare it to and say, well, here is how well the anti-woke thing is doing compared to the woke thing. Go woke, go broke. So this is the thing they want to go broke. That is going to be woke. And the thing they're pitting it up against is another game. And I'll show you more of the trailer in a second, but I have to show you what the other game is. Can any of you guys guess what the other game they're pitting this game up against in the culture war is? The game that is the anti-woke, conservative, pro-beautiful woman game? Stellar Blade. For those who don't know, this is a Souls-like action RPG, I guess, technically? Action JRPG. With a hot female character in a skin-tight suit, and her ass jiggles and her titties bounce when you kill things really cool with Dark Souls-style takedowns and finishers and slashy slash. She does, like, backflips, and there's, like, legs spread wide pussy shots, that kind of thing. It's a Gooner game. It's a Gooner game. You know, like, my understanding, I have a friend who hates Gooners, and she loves the Nier franchise. like Nier Automata. And I know Gooners love those games, and apparently the creator himself is a Gooner, but there's a lot, supposedly a lot to appreciate about it if you are not a Gooner. This game will probably be much the same and falls into a similar ballpark where, like, there's probably some genuine heart and artistic value here, and it's probably going to be a pretty damn good game from what I've seen of it, but all that's going to be overshadowed by Gooners lusting and conservatives gooning over the main character. Remember, the only women that are allowed to be slutty and hot in the conservative worldview are, not real women who are cartoons in Japanese shows and games.
Bess, the underworld's favorite new scoundrel. We meet at last.
What do you want?
Zarek Besh, their new...
Yeah, so chat, if you're gonna understand, like, where the right's coming from here, you basically just have to imagine that this woman is ugly. Like, just look at this woman and imagine she's ugly. Like, really ugly, based on how conservatives are reacting. And there you go. Like how? One of the things they complain about is that she has a butt chin. Like, you can see there's, like, a little dimple there in her chin. Apparently having that makes women ugly. Because, as they say, it is a masculine trait. I've met countless cis women with dimples on their chins if they have, like, a strong jawline, which I personally find makes women attractive. I think it makes everyone more attractive to have a stronger jawline, man or woman. Like, it's bizarre. You know, this kind of reminds me, Gina Carano. Gina Carano played a character in Star Wars, and her whole thing is that, like, she's just very masculine looking for a woman, right? She is quite she's quite dense. She's quite buff, you know. She's quite big, you know. She's a grifting piece of shit now, and now she's like a right-wing like sort of tool. But the right canceled this show and hated this character and actress big time when The Mandalorian first came out. Go back to a few years ago when The Mandalorian first came out and look at conservative videos about this character. Look at the right-wing videos about her. They're all hate videos. They're all calling her out. They're all angry. They're all pissed off. They do not like her. They don't like her actress. They advocate for her being fired. They refer to her existence here being a problem and part of the wokeification of Star Wars or whatever. And then once she gets fired for having conservative politics as an actress, nothing to do with the character, now they're calling for her to be brought back in. It has nothing to do with anything other than who is on their side and what can they use to be a culture war win. They will change their entire position on an entire issue if the left goes from liking someone to hating someone. The right will also go from hating someone to liking someone. Only they'll just do it for no other reason than the left has changed their position on that person, while the left changes their position on that person because of reasons. Okay. Oh, on top of that, I guess we'll probably see some of these comments later on, but I feel I might as well, like, show now. Conservatives on Twitter have been complaining by saying they've finally found proof that Western game devs are making women in these video games less attractive. And the way that they've tried to argue this is by taking a female character in a game, and most games are mocapped now, and then showing the actress they mocapped compared to the female character. And to say, like, okay, so see, if she's hotter in real life, then they clearly made her look uglier for the game. And so they showed side-by-side pictures of, like, the makeup-wearing, hair-did, like, actress in, like, headshot photos, and then random, like, 280p grabs from the game, and tried to compare them and say, look, they made her uglier, she looks nothing the same. but somebody on Twitter overlaid a picture of the actress's face, like spliced in half but made transparent, so it can overlay on top of a picture like over half of the character's face, and it's the same fucking face. It's literally perfectly symmetrical. She's looking a little to the side in this, like, in the game, so they had to, like, line it up a little off-center, but literally the exact same person. Like, her eyes are a little bigger in the game, which is arguably a more feminine and, like, attractive trait for women to have. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, are you going to concede, then, that you think the actress is ugly? Or is this just a women without makeup or ugly thing? I think this might be it. I think conservatives, they will see, like, a really pale, blonde woman without makeup, and that is their dream, right? Like, that's what they want. Like, that's what they're always talking about. But if they see a woman who is not pale, white, and blonde without makeup, they immediately think ugly. Even if the same woman wearing makeup, they're like, oh my gosh, she's pretty. I think conservative men just have never had girlfriends before, so they don't know what women look like with and without makeup. So I think that's probably part of it. Because this is just how that actress probably looks without makeup, with slightly larger eyes. Because I guess the art style of the game, they just transferred over, the eyes are larger. Which is probably done for expressiveness purposes. Like, if you have a main character in a game who's going to be featured in a lot of cutscenes, you want their faces to be very expressive.
The underworld's favorite new scoundrel. We meet at last.
What do you want?
Zarek Besh. They're new, rich, and lethal. You crossed their boss Slero, and now he wants you gone. Rob his fortune and buy your freedom.
This job, it's a death wish. I'm in.
Out here, you live and die by your reputation.
Is this open world?
You want to survive? Know the players.
You're new to this world.
What's your problem?
Come back when you're not.
Go level up.
Right? Look, don't try anything. I got a whole crew surrounding this. Okay, we're skipping that part. For about as long as I can remember, it's just been
little guy.
Doing what we have to survive.
Every Star Wars protagonist has to have a little guy. Have you guys noticed that? Name one Star Wars protagonist that doesn't have a little guy. At one point. They always have a little guy.
This job is my one shot at freedom.
Andor, that's true. Andor didn't
But
have
if we're gonna pull this off, we need the right crew. And the right ship.
Okay, they had a big guy. Andy Serkis is little? Yeah, Andy Serkis is little. There you go.
Yes. Hang on.
I hire you because you are one of the best hunters in the Outer Rim.
She's more connected than you let on, Slero. Bess is mixed up in something bigger. The Outer Rim is a dangerous place. Everyone is fighting for their piece of the galaxy. But all I want is to live free. So I'm gonna...
Dude, like, 10 to 13-year-old Star Wars loving me would be just absolutely losing his mind right now with hype for this trailer. I'm more, you know, tempered in my Star Wars appreciation now as an adult. You know, I might give this a look when it comes out if reviews are good, which is like, you know, the normal reaction to have to a trailer like this and not like a meltdown. Yeah, I'll get to the pricing stuff in a moment. That's the one, that's the core thing that we're going to have to like linger on for a moment, because that is the sort of saving grace for the right in their hate for this game.
Risk it all. Hold on, Nick!
Star Wars Outlaws, pre-order available now.
Nice. Now, super cool trailer. The big criticism, the complaint that the majority of people had to this trailer was that they believe the female protagonist is an ugly protagonist. They believe she is an ugly woman. And they are really going ham on this argument right now. I can scroll down through the replies. And obviously a lot of the top replies are from people that I follow. So they're not, like, people, like, insulting her. Here, let's see. Let's read some of the insane people comments. This is like a collage of somebody's insanity in the replies in regards to these posts. It's just a bunch of anti-diversity stuff. Jesus Christ. This particular post is actually pretty clean in the replies from what I'm seeing so far. Not a lot of people losing their minds. A lot of actual Star Wars fans. Well, that didn't take too long.
Put a chick in it and make it gay.
They still, never mind. They'll never know that this episode was making fun of them. They'll never know. They'll never know that episode was the episode ends with Cartman and Kathleen Kennedy becoming friends and realizing they're the same or something like that. I forget how exactly it ends, but they, like, go and have a fucking ice cream together and they become friends. Because Cartman was literally dreaming. It was all a nightmare. He was literally dreaming up all of his fucking grievances he had with woke Disney and his nightmare. I hope it's a good game, but Ubisoft has had a poor track record lately. That's the big thing. Apparently they're pricing this game at just a ridiculous amount, like $117 or something like that. I forget exactly how much. But it's something along those lines. And that is a ridiculous amount. I don't care how huge this game is, how AAA it is. Games have cost $60 for a very long time. The economy is recovering to a very good place right now under Biden, so you can't argue it's some, like, inflation, the economy has gotten worse thing. And not only that, but, like, there's no way that games have gotten more expensive to make per the size of the game. Unless they are making these games now, this game to be, like, way bigger than even The Witcher. The Witcher 3 came out for $60, okay? The Witcher 3 was a $60 game, and you could pay more to get the DLCs, like, Blood and Wine DLC being longer than Witcher 1 and 2. So, like, if your game is shorter than The Witcher 3, you don't get to price your game above $60, in my humble opinion, okay? And so a lot of people are criticizing that, and that is completely valid. That is where much of the support for the movement of criticizing the game's main character and calling her ugly is going to come from. But, well, Star Wars Outlaws. Let's look at the top tweets. Grums, the 52-year-old ex-Blizzard disgraced game malding man, has tweeted numerous times, Stellar Blade will crush Star Wars Outlaws in sales. When will AAA learn? When will AAA learn that games are only for men and we just want a goon? We just want a goon! I'm sure Star Wars Outlaws will be fine. Developers of Star Wars Outlaws. Massive Entertainment seems to care more about virtue signaling than appealing to a wider audience. The tale of two games, Stellar Blade and Star Wars Outlaws. One of these games is from Shift Up, a Korean-based development studio that just wanted to make a fun game with beautiful characters. The other was made by Swedish developer with Massive Entertainment, who worked hand in hand with Ubisoft to ensure their character was as androgynous and bland as possible. The right so badly, while criticizing, wanting to ban and, like, outright oppress sex workers, they want to try to claim they are the ones in favor of sexy women. The right are in favor of sexy women and love sexy women as long as they're not real. If they are fictional characters, they're all in favor of this. But once there's real women doing this, the right want to, like, beat them for it, you know? What's the virtue signaling? How are they virtue signaling? Is it because they're devs? Cool. Cool. Yeah, what can I say? You're losing. Like conservatives, you're losing. That's just what it is. You're losing the culture war. This is how losing society works. The majority of people do not agree with the right. That's just how it is. So Ubisoft learned nothing and is botting again. This time, they are botting the story trailer for Star Wars Outlaws. So, for those that don't know, Twitter has a massive bot problem because Elon Musk promised to deal with the bot problem, which should have been a pretty good assurance that the bot problem would get even worse, as it did. And so whenever a popular trend happens, you could even see it for Fortnite leaks, Blizzard, Fallout on Prime, Dead City, any of my trends on the side of the screen here. If I click on these and I scroll through, countless of the tweets referring to these trends are bot accounts that are just ChatGPT programmed tweets made to drum up engagement with posts that are, like, relevant to what's currently trending. So that people who are clicking on the trend that are interested might like and engage with their tweets. They're usually blue check marks, as you can see down the line, because they're farming money off these engagement bait tweets. And so, yes, there are a ton of bots that are probably tweeting stuff like, here, what are these saying? I've seen these posts. Wow, the Star Wars Outlaw trailer, blah, blah, blah. And then you'll see that it's, like, the same thing. These are obviously not all the same, but, like, if you look enough at these, you'll very quickly notice a lot of them are all the same. And a lot of them are from, like, obvious bot accounts, and they're, like, written in a way that's just, like, very much bot-like or copy-pasted. So there are definitely a bunch of bot accounts doing this, but there's no evidence whatsoever these are Ubisoft-paid bot accounts. Ubisoft dropped a new story trailer yesterday, April 9th, for their upcoming Star Wars game, Star Wars Outlaws. I already exposed some bots potentially running interference for the game and praising the enhanced graphics and Nvidia's advanced AI technology. However, it would appear those were not the only bots out there. Here are some strange ones that were posted in the past 4 days or so that seem to be summarizing articles or trailer breakdowns. I sense a disturbance in both the Force and the internet. If you use these in a video or article, please be sure to credit me, as it took a lot of time and effort to learn how these bots function in order to find them in this quantity. This guy is like a conspiracy theory gamer account on Twitter. I found this dude's account because he started the conspiracy theory that actually no one likes Alan Wake 2. I'm not joking. This is a big part of, like, the Gamergate 2 conspiracy, is that the praise for any piece of media that they call woke is all inflated sales, botted praise from botted accounts, which is oftentimes the case more so for conservative accounts on Twitter. They're more often than not the bots, way more so than any lefty accounts tend to be. Yep, here he is from a couple days ago. New conspiracy dropped. No one actually liked Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2, a game known to be one of the games Sweet Baby Inc. was involved in. Literally a massive award winner, by the way. Like, people... Like, Alan Wake 2 is lauded as one of the best games to, like, be made and to come out in recent years. It is, like, critically acclaimed. Like, Breaking Bad of gaming level critically acclaimed. Received an update March 6, 2024 that lowered the official minimum system requirements for the game to run on PC. It would seem that someone attached to Remedy Entertainment may have been worried about the success of the game after Chris Kindred went after the Cabrutus on February 20... What are these words in the Bible? After Chris Kindred went after Cabrutus on February 26, 2024. To promote the game along with the update, it seems that the bots were deployed to praise the system requirements changes, allowing them to run the game on their potato computers. Seems there might be a system error in SBI's bank accounts, Sweet Baby Inc. If you use these in your video, he's like begging for credit if people use these screenshots. God, he watermarked his tweets. This guy is like an actual grifting conspiracy theorist guy. Like, this is going to be master of the TDS. I guarantee you this guy's going to be a big name in the Gamergate sphere with Gamergate 2. This guy has got the sauce that these numbskulls will gravitate to big time. So Alan Wake 2 announces like an update that decreases the system requirements. I'm sure many of these tweets are probably real people because Alan Wake 2 is, from what I hear, very good. People like it. I'm sure many people are tweeting about how they're excited to play it. This is, after all, an award-winning game. Did it win Game of the Year? I could have sworn it like won Game of the Year, was like really close to winning or something like that. Let me know, chat. Am I wrong about that? Did Alan Wake 2 win Game of the Year? It was close. It was, like, really close. Okay. It was, like, right up there with Elden Ring or something. Baldur's Gate 3 won? Oh, it was the runner-up behind Baldur's Gate 3. The only thing that beat it was Baldur's Gate 3. That gives you some perspective on, like, how successful and how well-received not Baldur's Gate 3, Alan Wake 2 was. So the conspiracy here is that every tweet, all of these tweets, when I'm sure some of these are probably bots. Like, here, let me see if I can find one. Yes, finally, my ancient potato PC can run Alan Wake 2. Good news for my old PC. Wait, let's see. Where can I find? Yeah, like, if you just read these, they're not always exactly the same, but you'll find some repeated. And a lot of them read a little weird, for sure. I have no doubt that a few of these are bot accounts. Don't get me wrong. The bot accounts just talk about whatever is trending on Twitter right now with an AI-generated thing for baiting engagement so they can make money. There's a reason they all have blue check marks. This is Elon Musk's Twitter. The right are trying to transform a problem that is inherent to Elon Musk's Twitter, the fact that we are experiencing a mass takeover of bots because Elon needs them to be there to make the platform feel like people are on it. And trying to turn it into some conspiracy where supposedly all these game studios, Sweet Baby Inc., Ubisoft, insert whatever, the Jews, go however far up the line you want to, are, like, paying for bots to promote their game. And this isn't even promoting the game. This is promoting an update that lowers system requirements for a game that almost won, Game of the Year. That was second place to Baldur's Gate 3. Jesus Christ. These people are absolutely insane. Genuinely insane. If you're one of these people who's just obsessing over stuff like this, then what are you doing with your life? What are you even doing? Listen, if you like this video and you've got anything to say about this topic, I'm really curious to hear your opinion. Comment down below. It really helps the algorithm and my channel just in general. When you guys comment, consider leaving a like, subscribe, ring the bell icon so you get notified when I go live or upload a new video, anything like that. And consider maybe sending a few dollars my way if you want to donate and support me financially directly. You can do it through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, my website, and you can even buy merch. And hey, if you really like my content and my community, consider joining my fan Discord. It's a pretty cool central location where, like, my community just kind of gathers. We're doing a watch party tonight after stream, and later this week we're doing a call-in stream, and, you know, I just do a lot of different fan-oriented events and stuff. It's a fun time, so consider joining. Alrighty. How do you guys like that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Alrighty. How many people are watching right now? 250, nice. Like the stream if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. It really helps when you guys like the stream. Zan, get Ethan to blur the guy's username just to stick it to him. That'd be really funny. But I'm not gonna make him do that much work. It's not worth the work to troll him like that. He's not gonna get any positive attention from my video anyway. No one that sees his stuff is gonna come to... Yeah, you know what I mean. Ugh. Larry Banks 78, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. Very based. That was a good burp. So it's funny that folks like Critical Drinker and It's a Gundam claim that the Outlaw MC is a man with that jawline, yet supports Gina Carano's character, who also has a jawline and is buff. Yeah, I mean, if they like, literally the Quartering has gone on a ramble about his cuck fantasy about Gina Carano, and yet it's gay to be attracted to the main character in Star Wars Outlaws. These people have no consistency. They're just grifting, lying trolls. Not in, like, the internet trolling sense, like the actual, like, they are trolls, like the mythical creature. They're like real-life Mo Sislaks. Orc-brained. Literal orcs. Actual goblins. Zan, did you know that you can look at real-life reviews of Colony House on the From set? Some of them are fucking gold. Wait, really? No shot. No shot. Wait, the house, the Colony House from is like a place that you can review. Send me the link. Send me the link. I want to read these reviews. I bet people are being really funny and leaving reviews like, I stayed there and, yeah, I heard knocking on the window. It's in Nova Scotia. Interesting. Alrighty. This grandma started tweaking, saying she wanted to come in and talk about Fent. That goes so hard. When I tried to leave, the trail I took sent me back and I thought I was going in circles or something. Dude, these are... Okay, I'm really excited to read these. From TV series set. Wait, what? You just straight up found the town? I've literally searched the internet to find a top-down view of the town for, like, reference. The town's real! Dog. Yo. Guys, look at this shit. Here's Colony House. This is the clinic, which is the old school. But they, like, this is where, you know, it's a little outside of town. It's where, like, they've got their doctor and stuff. Here's the church at the end of the main road. The diner across the street. The sheriff's station. The fucking box is roughly right there. The bar is down the street. So I think the houses that... This is like a set, I'm assuming. This little parking lot's not there in the show. I'm guessing this is for the trailers for the set. Like the actors and stuff. Dog, that's crazy. No way. Can I street view? Ah, cursed. 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 You can see the box from the map? No way you can! That's the box! Oh my god, spoiler! Spoiler! Oh my god, fucking spoiler caught on Google Images. Wait, can I use Google fucking Earth to look for spoilers? For From? in the fucking show when they update the pictures? That's fucking crazy. If you know what this is. If you know, then you know. Dude, that's fucking crazy. Let me read the reviews. No, I want to read the diner's reviews. I'm reading the reviews for the diner. Hold on. Wait, you can eat there? Wait, do they actually serve food? Was on a road trip / looking for somewhere to move to in Canada and ended up coming through town here. Tire was blown out by a spike strip. I was rushed into the diner as it was on the brink of being nighttime. They told me to stay inside and don't open the doors for any reason. Some people from outside kept asking me why I won't let them in. But I did what I was told and didn't let them in. I slept overnight at the diner. In the morning, they said I couldn't leave, so I said, what the heck, I'll move here. 10 out of 10 residents, especially the ones at night. I'm supposed to be having one of the night residents come over for dinner. Can't wait. The pancakes are the best on the planet, but everyone here is so weird and intense. Don't ever try to skip the line at the diner's buffet, or the owner will hit you in the head and scream at you in some foreign language. Come for the food, stay forever. The pancakes are good, but the murder monsters that come out at night make it only 3 stars. The food was great and the service was excellent, but residents here are very weird as they told me to not go outside at night, but overall it's a good diner. Nice retro vibes, good food. One of the workers messed up my order though. I think she didn't speak English. Came here looking for stuff from my deceased relatives. Offered pancakes, but coffee was good enough for me. Food 5, service 5, atmosphere 5. That's just the review. Simply that. How's Tom's Bar? They're gonna be referencing Frank, aren't they? Let's read these reviews. A little rough around the edges, and the booze is a little strong, but it's the only... Oh, they're gonna be talking about the bad booze. And the booze is a little strong, but it's the only spot in town to drink. The booze is awful, but also you need booze when you are stuck in a town full of murder monsters. Why is there only one option? Just one alcohol option. Can I want to see the reviews on Colony House. Can't get there from Canada, although this map clearly places it in Canada. Can get there from anywhere in the US instantaneously. Weird. When I did get there, I drove around in circles for hours. Where the hell is the on-ramp? Accursed locals put a spike strip that blew out my tires. I guess they're desperate to sell their strange little trinkets with odd symbols on them to tourists. There's apparently a curfew at night, so I may have to stay the night. One man-child's obsessed with the trees. He thinks they're moving. We'll be glad to leave in the morning. It's warm in Colony House, so I'm going to open the bedroom window once I manage to get the nails out of the window frame. That's a great review. 3 stars. Well, that's a great fucking review. Dude, this is so good. This is so good. This is so fucking good, dude. Thank you for telling me about this. No, I'm going here, dog. I'm going to Nova Scotia. You better believe I'm visiting the town from. What do you see before, like, oh, this is the edge of the road. I can do a little street view. Oh, the street view is from 2014. Dude, I think they built the entire town as a set. The street view is from 2014 before... There's nothing here. There's no town here. Like, the town would be here. So they built the town in this, like, big empty lot. That's so neat. They had a lot to hide. Well, I guess they didn't have to hide the telephone poles, yeah. You want to hear something funny? There's just a straight up little apartment complex and, like, actual houses and stuff right down the road. Like, literally straight down the road, because, like, right there is where the town is now, in modern day. Like, just this entire area. They've just kind of put trees and stuff up to block the view of, like, civilization right there. That's funny. That's really funny. I love looking at movie sets and TV show sets. Turn it into a tourist attraction when filming is done. Make it an actual escape room type place. And see how people react, you know? See how many people just, like, go with it and believe the people of the town, and how many people, just go against it. Dude, I love that the town exists. The fact that it's not a bunch of different individual sets, and it's a real place that they built, and it's all one big set, and the insides of the buildings are the insides of the buildings, and the outsides are the outsides, and the layout of the town is accurate. And I now know the town's layout, like, mentally, perfectly. It's exactly laid out how I thought it was. That's dope. Yeah, I respect the hell out of that. Yeah. Jade knew. Jade knew. Yeah, Jade is actually correct. They are actually in a show. It's kind of how the town in The Last of Us was made, Zan. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, Jade knew they were in a TV show the whole time. Colony House is empty, though. The rooms are a different set. Aw. Well, I get that. It's a really big house. It's hard to make, like, a proper actual mansion, you know? Are you guys fan geeking? Yes, I am fan geeking right now. Yo, I'm fan geeking my ass off, dude. Alright. Let's see. Final topic for the stream. It is time. Yep, that's what I thought. The Great Scroll, indeed. All right. All right. Okay. Let me read some donos really fast because there are a couple more I have to catch up on, and we are ready to go. J-Lord, thank you so much for the 5 Aussie dollars. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Right now, says, I'm done with Star Wars. It was ruined when the old expanded universe was X'd. True. Yeah, it was kind of ruined when they did that. I agree. I liked that old EU stuff, especially, like, some of the really creepy out there stuff they had and that, like, sort of, like, just stuff that you would never expect in Star Wars. There was some actual, like, cosmic horror in the EU, old expanded universe stuff. J-Lord with another 10 Aussie dollars said, you had a good point. Many centrist gamers are too woke. There are just mad women out there. There are just mad women are not all supermodels in games after 2016. This not a solely conservative moment, but calling it that. I'm getting pretty good at the Australian accent, okay? Thank you for the 10 Australian dollars. I appreciate that. And then another 10 Aussie dollars from J-Lord. Thank you. Said, I think Disney axing the old Star Wars universe was a blow to the man that grew up with it. In the fashion of the 90s and the 2000s, the man were power fantasies, the woman supermodels, if not sexualized. I get what you mean. Yeah, I think a lot of conservatives see that, like, nerd culture is not a boys' club anymore, and they're mad about it because, you know, it's their thing. They feel like it's part of their identity, their thing, their safe haven away from, like, those icky girls or whatever. And it's not. And they're not happy about that. All right. I'm going to go use the bathroom really quick. Quick restroom break. And then we're going to start the final, and I'd say juiciest, topic of the stream. I will be right back, guys. Oh, and J-Lord with another 5 Aussie dollars says, sorry about typos, universe. I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the, thank you so much for the 5 Australian dollars. I'll be right back, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta use the restroom. I'm a dog biting the fart bubbles in the tub. Dracula Flo goes crazy. Thank you so much for introducing me to Dracula Flo, guys. I really appreciate it. It really is just top tier. Also, in the old EU as retconned, the response by the community wasn't as big back then, which shows that most weren't aware of the wider EU lore than Throne, the Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah. We spawned a monster. Oh, I'm gonna be like quoting Dracula Flo once a stream. This shit ain't nothing to me, man. It's so fucking stupid. Oh my god. I don't know how everyone doesn't quote that video non-stop if they've ever heard it. I mean, I heard a quote from it and I didn't get it. I was confused, but I'm glad now I'll know what they're referencing when people make references to Dracula Flo. Might be my favorite thing ever. Like, actually, no, I think Dracula Flo might be my favorite thing ever. Okay. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Gosh, this is some of the most insane drama I've seen in the world of YouTube in quite some time, but I guess it really goes to show how far fat phobia will drive people to just going after the most mundane and bizarre of topics. So, how many of you guys are familiar with an animation / storytime YouTuber, a very inoffensive and unproblematic one, by the name of Illymation? She's made quite a few videos in the past. I actually covered one of them and praised it, the Why I Got an Abortion video. Spoiler alert, she didn't get an abortion. It was a procedure having to do with, I think it had to do with like cysts or cancer in the uterus or fallopian tubes or something, and had to be removed, but legally it's considered an abortion, and so had to go through a lot of that process and get a lot of the same scrutiny, and it was a good video. It was a really good video. Well, recently, and I have a feeling this video probably got her into the eyes of the right and got them. It was an ectopic pregnancy, my bad. Very, very lethal if an abortion was not given. Regardless, I think since then, there's probably a good chance that a lot of the right have been pretty mad about her. I think this video as well, the problem with me being Jewish one, probably got a lot of conservatives, like, eyeing her angrily a bit too. And recently, I guess, she kinda crossed the line in a lot of conservatives' view with a video called Perks of Being the Fat Kid. Now, we'll go ahead and take a look at the video, because obviously we're going to watch it. But I need to give you guys just a little sliver of an idea of what the response to this video has been. Everyone from commentary YouTubers to big right-wing pundits to popular massive drama YouTubers have all jumped onto this to attack Illymation, because all of them have a unanimous agreement that fat acceptance is a bad, toxic movement that must be combated. And because this video does not make it a point to shame being overweight, in fact, it doesn't really shame anybody for being overweight or really frame it as being a shameful thing, because of that, the right lost their mind. And Illymation has been under a tidal wave of harassment, like a serious tidal wave of it, ever since this video came out. If you look up Illymation's channel now, you'll see that the top things that come up are not her own videos. Obviously, the channel comes up at least, but the videos that come up are things like, Illymation just destroyed her reputation. She must be stopped. The Illymation situation got worse. Doxed? The Illymation drama continues from Think Before You Sleep, the Nazi channel. The Illymation situation is worse than you think. Cry bully. The Illymation can't handle criticism, ADHD version. And you can see some of these are just a couple weeks old and garnering hundreds of thousands of views. by the way, Think Before You Sleep is dating Brittany Venti. Yeah, Brittany Venti's the lady who got banned off of Twitch back in the day because she did that African cooking show bit where she was in the mud doing clicking noises while making mud pies with sticks and rocks. I think Twitch forgave her for that. She's unbanned now. But yeah, that was her claim to fame back in the Gamergate era when she got really big with like the white nationalist sphere. Now she's kind of like chilled it down a little bit, and she's more of just like a e-girl pick-me right-winger. But she was one of the race realist types back in the day. She was really in favor of. I remember she had a meltdown at gay marriage getting legalized back in 2015. She had like a viral video where she was melting down over that. For a long time, people thought she was a troll. I think she's definitely a grifter, but, you know, it is what it is. Regardless, I've talked about this many times before. Nothing in the world makes mildly conservative people go absolutely apeshit genocide mode, frothing at the mouth, wanting to kill and dox and, like, ruin people's lives, than daring to suggest that hating fat people is maybe not a good thing.
My name is Alyssa, and for as long as I can remember, I have never been satisfied with the way I looked. I hated how my calves were too wide to fit into the boots that all the other girls had no problem wearing. I hated that squishy part under my chin that stuck out when I smiled on picture day. And I hate...
I'm like the reverse of this, where I've always been a hard gainer. Although I will say, I recently found something called Super Mass Gainer, where, like, it's 2.5 scoops of basically high-calorie whey protein powder, essentially. You mix that with about 16 ounces of milk, and that's 1,870 calories in one shake. And it's like a really nice, cool chocolate milkshake is the flavor. And they're really good, and it's like not an insane amount. 16 ounces of fluid is not like an unreasonable amount of fluid to drink over the course of like an hour of just sipping it. At least not for me. And that's so many calories on top of what I'm already eating in the day that I'm actually finally starting to gain some weight. It's slow but steady. I really have to push in order to gain weight, but it's getting there. So there's some positive news on my front in regards to the realm of personal health and weight. I'm getting a little heavier, which is the goal, because I am too light. I am too light for my height.
Hated shopping for new clothes, even if my current ones no longer fit me. Honestly, especially if my current clothes no longer fit me. Because
the sad thing as well about this whole like anti-fat acceptance movement is that a lot of it is kind of falsely coated in this veneer of caring about those that they're attacking. Like, they're attacking this person because they care about them or care about the people that they are badly influencing. That is, of course, the angle that conservatives have taken with this video. This video is going to encourage young, overweight kids to get more overweight and not do anything about it. That is, of course, not true. For many young kids, their weight is not their fault because they're fucking kids. If you put that much weight into the responsibility and decision-making of children, then you're insane. When kids are overweight, it's because of their parents. Their parents buy their food, their parents tell them what they eat, their parents can determine what they're allowed to eat. And then when those kids get older and they become adults, they've spent at least 18 years eating what their parents let them or made them eat. For me, I moved out from the house and I get sick when I have fast food. So it's not a very frequent thing that I do. So I'm typically eating like grocery store food. I get groceries and stuff. However, a lot of people, they grew up on daily McDonald's, and there's literally been studies that have shown these types of foods are downright chemically addictive, right? People grow strong chemical addictions to certain things, and the stimuli provided by the tastes of food and the sensation of eating food is one of the most addictive chemicals the brain can possibly build an unhealthy relationship with. So part of it is training. Like, people literally are trained into eating a certain amount, a certain type of food for their entire lives, and then they're adults, right? And it's not like they just suddenly become fat when they turn 18. It's been their whole life, right? And they were kids. They didn't have any choice. They didn't have any... Well, I'm sure they had a choice, but you know what I mean, right? They didn't have that... It's not fair to put that responsibility on them. So the fact that society in response to something that for particularly kids is not really in their realm of control, or responsible, reasonable expectation. Like their parents should be making sure they're not eating like shit, or they are getting enough exercise. It shouldn't be the kid's responsibility. Those habits will be ingrained in childhood, and then they'll become habits that are just self-enforced in adulthood. Many people don't have that experience. They just don't. And when they become adults, it affects their quality of life in a substantial way. And it's not just as simple as saying, well, just go work out, and then the other 70% of it's all in the kitchen. Make sure you're not, eating too many calories, right? And then, it is that easy for many people, but many people have a very unhealthy relationship with food where they're never not hungry. I think it's fair, like, you've ever been, like, really hungry before, where it's just, like, you're lightheaded, you feel like shit, and you just can't get anything done. Standing up makes you go woozy, and you're like, fuck, before I go and do anything, I need to go get something to eat. I feel like I'm hungry. When you're trying to lose weight, if you are overweight and you're trying to lose weight, you have to spend most of your day with that feeling for a long period of time before you start losing that weight. The prospect of that alone is not an attractive one. It's not an attractive one. Yes, you can eat low-calorie foods in high quantities and fill up your stomach, but a lot of people don't recognize that, like, your stomach stretches the more you eat. And so a lot of people who are overweight in America in particular have an entire life, an entire childhood of overeating, especially families that have lower incomes where it's like, hey, we ordered this food, or we bought this McDonald's or something like that. I'm using McDonald's as an example because it's what's on screen. We bought this McDonald's. You better finish every last bit because this cost us money. Don't waste any food. And so you teach yourself to overstuff, and then you start overstuffing, and eventually you overstuff so often that eating the normal amount that would be comfortable before doesn't really satisfy you anymore because you've stretched your stomach so much to accommodate overeating. And eventually, that overeating amount from before becomes what you need to eat just to feel full. And then the cycle continues, and the poverty brain mindset pushes a lot of this. People who don't make as much money don't like to waste food and will eat until uncomfortably full, more often than rich people do, who can just throw away a half-eaten meal because it's $30 or something. Like, it's nothing in the grand scheme of a millionaire or a billionaire. There's a reason why very wealthy people in modern day are not overweight, generally. Like, most very wealthy people these days don't tend to be super overweight, especially in comparison to, like, ancient times when, like, the aristocracy would be, like, really heavy set, even for back then, when we didn't have, like, processed foods, Like, it's interesting to me how the mindset is sort of this false, like, we care about people thing, and yet they don't really care to educate themselves about these issues. Like, I'm very much into health and fitness, so I know how these things work. I know how people's metabolisms work, how keep, like, calories in, calories out works, meeting your nutritional requirements. I care a lot about these things because I'm underweight. I have to find ways to meet my daily calorie count to not lose weight. And it's strange to me how conservatives and people who are anti-fat acceptance, they talk about how being fat is so dangerous, it's so unhealthy. Not so often do you ever see them talking about anorexia. Every once in a while, like, I guess with, like, Eugenia Cooney, but besides that, they don't really talk about anorexia and being chronically underweight much. Have you ever noticed that? The reason is, despite the fact that a human literally cannot live anywhere near a fraction as long underweight, like unhealthily underweight, as a human can live unhealthily overweight. Like, humans can live into their 50s and 60s while being unhealthily overweight. People don't tend to live past their 40s and 50s when they go a long time being, like, anorexic and super underweight. Fat, it's not healthy, but it's so much more healthy in comparison to being super underweight. Especially, like, you might seriously face health problems later in life if you have too low body fat. Unironically, like, actually having too low body fat is a problem. Regardless, though, they never complain about these types. In fact, you'll oftentimes see conservative accounts praising women who are literally medically unarguably underweight because they actually find skinny, even unhealthily skinny people, if not attractive, at the very least, not hideously disgusting in their view. They find fat people disgusting and hideous, and they're mad they have to see them. They're mad they have to share space or a society with them. They're mad that they think their tax money goes to paying for their health problems, and it all sort of manifests into an overall hatred of fat people and an idea, this idea that fat people are these entitled assholes who are also deserving of being made fun of for no other reason than just their appearance, but they're also bad people, and here's a bunch of made-up reasons why. It's this very bizarre. I could go on for hours complaining about how retarded the anti-fat acceptance types are. These are the types of people who are like, why don't you go and work out? But then they, you see them posting images of, an overweight woman at the gym running on the treadmill and making fun of her, or an overweight man at the gym lifting weights and making fun of him, and it's like, don't you want him to get lighter? I will say, to be fair, most fitness types will respond to that type of behavior with what the fuck? He's trying. She's trying. What are you doing? Don't shame someone who's actively working out. They're literally working out in the photo. But the right still does it. The right still does it. I'm just glad there's some parts of the fitness community who haven't fallen down that pipeline of hating fat people so much that a fat person trying to work out is itself something they laugh at and look at with derision, because it's more of a principled thing now, less so than a thing that they've just done for fun or because they actually have a concern for people's health.
Because according to my childhood, that meant I was fat. And based on how I was treated as a kid for being fat, that 3-letter word brings back so many bad memories. I wasn't aware that being shaped differently than my peers was a bad thing until I started middle school. I was bullied by a group of girls, and one of the daily ways they messed with my head was by comparing my body to different animals, penguins being their favorite, and they would follow me around, waddling like penguins to mock me. I made a whole video about bullies and my advice on how to deal with them.
Every time I hear, stories where, a girl that I know tells me about, bullies she had, it's always bullies that were, verbally abusive, right? And I always just wondered, if you'd ever just, thrown a left hook, even a really weak, third grader girl left hook, I'm pretty sure that would have ended that entire saga of bullying eventually. Girls who bully don't expect their bullying victim to pull up with hands. If you're a guy and you're getting bullied by another guy, standing up to your bully might not be enough. You might actually have to win the fight against the bully. But generally, girls who are bullies are all talk. All talk. And I have seen girls who are bullies get stood up to by girls when I was in, who weren't bullies, who were getting bullied when I was in school. There was I'm not going to name names here, but I remember their names because, I just remember this as clear as day. One girl slapped the shit out of another girl that was bullying her. And that never happened again. They got in trouble. They both did, but that never happened again. There was a girl who would just constantly make fun of another girl. I forget for what even. I think it had to do with her teeth. Maybe she had braces. And the girl who was getting bullied just had enough of it and just looked her in the eye and just, I'm not even joking. It was a full-on, wind it up and just bring it around. Fully extended arm, rotating from the hip. Hard smacked her in the face. And it's just fuck, I don't know. I'm obviously not victim blaming here. I'm just thinking man, if you're a girl out there and you watch my content and you get bullied by another girl, smack the shit out of her. You're not a guy. There's no reservations you need to have about hitting a woman. You're literally a woman. So it's all good. And just if someone's verbally assaulting you and they're a woman, be the first to throw hands, because they will fucking run, okay? They will run. Don't be the first to throw hands unless they're getting, violent, obviously, or hinting at violence, otherwise you'll go to jail, but you know what I mean. If you're dealing with someone who is a clear bully.
A while ago, but here's a little excerpt I didn't include back then. Okay, so I had gotten a Halloween costume, but when I opened the package, the costume was broken, so I said that in my Gmail status thingy. Then I got a message from the girl who was bullying me, who I'll just call Minnie. Minnie, The only reason your costume broke is because you so damn fat. Me. Shut up and leave me alone. Minnie. Oh, now you want me to leave you alone when you always harassing me? Me. You know I ain't any bigger than me. No idea what that means. Minnie. I know, but you
2009.
way bigger than me. Me. Will you shut up? Seriously. Yeah. Ooh, get her. Minnie. Why are you the scared one now? Well, why are you? Me. That made no sense, what you said before. None of this makes any sense. This is Minnie. Yeah, it really did, stupid. Me. If you hate me, then why did you start chatting? That's a good point. Yeah, smart. Minnie. 'Cause now I'ma join the side you're on when you always cussin' at me.
I know this sounds like very unintelligible. Obviously, these are kids, so that's a part of it. But ironically enough, the hater, like the fat-shaming hater person, is not too far off from the rhetoric used nowadays. Dude, Nex was beaten up in the bathroom by girls. Nex was outnumbered. I feel like if it was one single bully, like a one or two people that were a problem, simply standing up for yourself physically is going to be big, right? Also, Nex should not have been having to use the girls' bathroom. That was like the big fucking problem as well. Nex preferred he, him pronouns, but also went by they, them. So sort of like NB mask, I guess. That's sort of it's just like that. Like probably should have been able to use the men's bathroom and probably wanted to use the men's bathroom. And I have a feeling that probably wouldn't have happened in the men's bathroom. Like, I mean, it didn't. It happened in the women's bathroom, so like. There's no reason to assume it would have happened in the men's, but I mean, I don't know. It's not. There's a lot of reasons why it's not good to force trans kids into a bathroom that they don't identify with. Regardless.
I know I'm smart. That's why I'ma be playing sports. What? Me. Yeah, you'll make a good bench warmer. Pew, 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 get her.
So I want to hear, like, what in this video did the right possibly get mad at? Gym girl era, what's wrong with my body, redefining healthy. Okay, I bet this is the spot. This is definitely the spot the right really got mad at. This is what people are mad at, I bet. Redefining healthy. To the right, I think most conservatives would actually look at you like you're insane if you told them sub 10% and lower body fat percentage is detrimentally unhealthy for your body. And if you try to maintain it, you might shave years off your life. How many conservatives who like do the fat shaming stuff, if you told them that, do you think would just look at you like you're insane? What? The human body needs body fat? No way. That's just there because we're not... If you have any body fat, there's something in your diet you need to get rid of. You got to cut that away, bro. Down to 0%, man.
Maybe this was proof that all my body really needed was a little more stretching, a little more strength, and a nice walk every now and then to make me feel better.
No! No, it's so unhealthy! Oh my god, you can't encourage kids to do this? To stretch and to walk and to do some basic exercise to build strength and endurance? To not, like, hyper-focus on their appearance, but to instead focus on physical fitness that is practical and useful? The overwhelmingly common recommended thing by doctors and fitness experts: work out and stay regularly active so that you, until the point where you don't have any difficulties with regular physical activity that like the average person would do. And if you're able to do that and you're able to keep that up, then your body is probably healthy enough. Like you're probably not detrimentally unhealthy or in a bad place. It's like, how do you react badly to this? What?
And maybe, as weird as it may sound, maybe this was proof that my body and other people's bodies don't need to be less fat to be considered healthy. Which...
That line alone. Yep, see? I like how Illymation predicted the immediate response from the haters upon hearing those words. And I bet that if we go and watch the hate videos, that line will be the most frequently revisited.
Which I know sounds crazy. We've been told our entire lives that you can't be healthy if you're fat. Yet, here I am, at the heaviest I've ever been in my entire life, categorically overweight and well within middle school mocking range, but also the healthiest I've ever been, according to multiple doctors. Now, coming to this conclusion wasn't easy for me. I had a lot of unrealistic and frankly...
Listen, the fat shame types online don't care what doctors are saying. At the end of the day, all they want to do is, like, hate on fat people. I'm going to show you guys something really disgusting, okay? I'm going to show you guys something really disgusting, but you need to see it. There's a podcast I watch. Occasionally, when they're not talking about politics in particular, they can be pretty funny. One of the hosts is literally FPS Russia. That's one of the first podcasts that ever started. It's called PKA. But occasionally I'm blighted to have to hear them talk about politics and social issues. And besides when they have Finster on PKA, in which case they all become like super curious about trans rights and super progressive, and they all clearly want to fuck Finster, FPS Russia in particular, so they all pretend to be like woke and open-minded and interested, and they're asking Finster about like hormones and trans identities and pronouns and shit. Regardless. Anyway, not getting lost in that fucking rabbit hole. Ryan Beard made a really good video. I assume you guys know who Ryan Beard is, Mr. Beard. Let me see if I can find Ryan Beard Fat Hate. A really good video about fat hate. And one of the videos, or one of the clips that he goes over, I guess they, them, I think, pronouns. I haven't spoken to Ryan Beard in a while. They, them pronouns, I think? Yeah. Double checked. They, them pronouns. My bad. One of the clips that they go over is a clip from PKA, and it is one of the most vile things you will ever fucking hear in your entire life. It is genuinely fucking disgusting. But I think it's important for you to hear it because you need to see the actual thought process that's motivating those that hate hate anything fat acceptance related. It's in this video, apparently. Oh, here it is. Yeah, it's his video on... Yeah. Yeah, it's that Danny Mullen guy. It's his video he made with PKA. Danny Mullen's video. So yeah, I think... Where is it? Yep, I found it. Yeah, so Ryan Beard made a video called Terrorizing Women for Comedy, where it's a criticism of Danny Mullen, and he went on PKA and made, like, some comments, and that's what I want to show you here. Some awful fucking podcast clips of the guy on other podcasts. Yeah, here it is. This is a great bit here. Hopefully they don't mind me showing they there. Well, I said they. When I said he, I was referring to Danny Mullen. So this is them going over the Danny Mullen bit I was talking about. Now, I gotta be very clear here. He's a monster. Danny Mullen is like a really weasel. I think Ryan Beard compares him to the Weasel from Suicide Squad, or The Suicide Squad, sorry. A very accurate comparison. You'll see it in his face very momentarily. When you wonder why are people going after Illymations for this video, I need you to understand the mindset behind all of this is the mindset you are about to see showcased in front of you. Don't think any less of me because I watch this podcast. I'm basically a hate watcher.
Danny was also a guest on this show that I assume is called the Sad Dad Podcast, where he basically bitched and whined about how everyone's trying to cancel him.
We got canceled super heavily by fat chicks.
This whole everyone's trying to cancel comedians thing is so fucking boring. You want to know why? I'll give you an example. It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. This show makes offensive jokes all the time. But have you ever seen the creators of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia going on random podcasts and crying about how everyone is trying to cancel them? No. You know why? Because very few people do try to cancel them. Because they're actually funny. So rather than spending your time bitching and moaning about how the snowflakes are trying to cancel you, make funnier comedy.
So I just come in with, is there anything more worthless than the bottom half of a fat girl? I mean,
there's nothing more pathetic than watching a group of washed-up middle-aged men giggle about how much they hate fat women. I assume they're all going through divorces or something, so they have to let out their...
Okay, the hilarious thing is, this guy, Taylor, the most conservative member of the podcast, recently revealed he is going through a divorce. His wife of 1 year, who he was like 6 months ago discussing potentially having a kid with, cheated on him. And now he's gone through a divorce. And he has gotten significantly more bitter about women since then. FPS Russia, I don't even know where he's at. He's possibly the least politically awful of all of them in a way. Because, like, his desire for Finster's gawk has led him to actually be open-minded in some conversations about trans stuff. And Woody is, like, married with, like kids and everything. But, yeah, it is the Sad Dad Podcast, except these two are both single, unmarried, no kids, and they are also sad. Woody is a sad dad, literally.
So I just come in with, is there anything more worthless than the bottom half of a fat girl? I mean,
there's nothing more pathetic than watching a group of washed-up middle-aged men giggle about how much they hate fat women. I assume they're all going through divorces or something, so they have to let out their frustration somehow.
Seeing the true colors of the woke mob was very interesting. These people who claimed to be moral, I was called a rapist. They were
like his shirt, his hat. Danny Mullen freed the slaves. Very good.
Attacking my hairline. A rumor got out that I was 5'5", and everybody was like height shaming me.
People like this, for some reason, are under the impression that the left is all about being nice to people. So they think it's some sort of massive hypocrisy when people on the left are mean to them in the same way they're mean to people like fat people. The left never claimed it was about being nice. The left is about defending marginalized groups. So if you act like an asshole to marginalized people, they're going to act like an asshole to you. That's freedom of speech, bro. You're not pointing out any hypocrisy, you moron. So, by now I think we can all agree that Danny's an unfunny idiot with terrible jokes, but his content goes much past just bad jokes and into actually harassing people in public and...
Yeah, the video goes on, but I felt that clip was good to show off. Like, truly just how pathetic and just kind of, like, hateful people who get upset by this sort of pro-body acceptance messaging are. They will virtue signal some sort of, like caring perspective that they're doing this because they care about people. The fact is they find fat people disgusting. They see them as a easy target, worthy of ridicule and harassment, and so they do it. And they do it with the veneer of moral superiority. It's really sad to see that such a like chill and wholesome content creator is getting put under the wave of massive harassment. And I'm not seeing a general like movement from like YouTubers to defend her. Like people are just kind of like not caring about this despite this being a multi-million sub animation channel. I guess like a lot of people are just willing to look the other way when this happens. I think this is sort of a symptom of Gamergate 2. If you remember back during Gamergate 1, when we saw the initial first big wave of conservative sort of domination of the culture war online, even apolitical content creators who are LGBT, women, or, you know, generally left-leaning would be hit with massive harassment waves out of the blue because they just dared to exist online as a progressive or as a minority. And the general space started to get so, you know, aggressive towards anyone that is woke that they started leaving the internet. Yeah, this reminds me of the Joe Cat situation. Yeah, it's happening all over again. Joe Cat literally got chased off of the internet because right-wingers harassed him for liking women. Like, literally massive harassment campaigns, doxing, death threats on family members. Joe Cat literally had to leave the internet. The guy who made this video. As you can imagine, Joe Cat has made pro-trans rights and pro-LGBT content in the past. You can imagine that's a part of what motivated this.
Sad that there's no
You can call this cringe, by the way, but it's wholesome. It's fine, you know? I like that one image that his girlfriend drew, where it's her dragging him into the bedroom to own the people online calling him a virgin.
Girls in here. Well, I mean, yeah, but, you know, sure, I like to joke around and talk about how, oh, I'm strong women all the time, but that's not the only girls I like. I like big girls, pretty kitty girls, really witty girls, singing ditty girls. I like the lady.
Okay, it is pretty cringe, though. It is pretty cringe. Listen, cringe is not wrong, but I'm not free of the cringe reaction, okay? I'm not free of it. And so, yeah, Joe Cat got massively harassed. It was fucking insane. And there were massive amounts of death threats, doxing, and apparently now Illymation has gotten the same. Illymation got doxed because of all of this. So yeah, that's pretty fucked. Yeah, if you look at all the like comments are all hate comments. Apparently Illymation's reported some of the hate videos being made about her. And those YouTubers and many others use this as a sort of justification to say, ah, yes, she's trying to silence criticism. So the replies are, is this the channel that's trying to get other channels deplatformed? We all know why we're here. So fun fact. Oh, this is a different... This comment doesn't seem to be part of the harassment campaign. Nobody deserves to be bullied bullied for their looks, especially children, but unhealthiness shouldn't be normalized. Talks about being fat only animates skinny people, huh? Girl, being 15% heavier than your 11-year-old self is called literally growing up. Imagine trying to make someone deplatformed. Carrying extra fat leads to serious health consequences such as cardiovascular disease, mainly heart disease and stroke, type 2 diabetes, musculoskeletal disorders like osteoarthritis, and some cancers, endometrial, breast, and colon. These conditions cause premature death and substantial disability. Yeah, of course you deserve kindness no matter how your body looks, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't strive to become healthier. All of the comments from before a few days ago when all the, like, hate videos started are positive, by the way. It's all downhill from here. Make no mistake, there absolutely are inherent bad foods. Foods that are scientifically proven to cause health problems and speed up aging when eaten in excess. Overly sugary foods, speed up aging. Overly sugary foods, overly salty foods, foods with trans fats, we all know them. You need to be conscious of what foods you eat and how much of them you're eating if you want to preserve your health. It's careless to ignore that fact. I skimmed through the video and the opposite of these arguments that they are saying were made. Uranium can be swallowed. That doesn't mean it's edible. South Park profile picture. Thank you, Kenny with the gun 43. All the replies to these hate comments are just saying, like, you're gonna need to explain how this is related to the video because I'm not making sense of it. Literally, like, the Illymation fans are just, like, confused replying to the hate comments. Like, wait, what are you replying to? That's not a thing that was said in the video. Because Illymations is not, like, a political debate. Like, they're not, the fans of this channel are not used to, like, weirdos coming in and falsely accusing and strawmanning a video that she's made in mass. Like, they're not used to having to deal with that, like political content creators are, where they just have to scroll through a ton of that just to see the normal comments on a lefty video. So this is, like, a weird thing for them, where they're just seeing waves of weirdos commenting about things in a video that they just watched that didn't happen. So it's, like, clear they didn't see it. I wonder if this is going to have an effect, but I think it's clear here that this is a symptom of the fact that the internet is getting progressively more and more hostile to even apolitical content creators that dare to present themselves as progressive or left-wing. And it's going to continue this way. You're going to see, like, more Joe Cat situations and more Illymation situations as the culture war gets to be so leaned on the right's favor with this Gamergate 2 thing that the majority of just centrist YouTubers just look the other way when stuff like this happens. It's really sad to see, but it is what it is. I've seen the drama community has jumped really big onto this because deplatforming is a no-no, and the harassment against Illymations, she wanted it to get removed from YouTube because it was just blatant harassment and bullying, and that's, in many drama YouTubers and commentary YouTubers' eyes, enough to just immediately justify the hammer coming down on you. Anyway, I'm curious what you guys think of this one down below in the comments. I think I'll probably get the wave of hate myself on this one, no doubt. But I'm curious to see what you guys think down below. And of course, if you want to support my content, consider dropping a thumbs up. It really means a lot and helps me a whole bunch. Consider subscribing, ring the bell icon if you haven't already. And hey, maybe support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. You can also support me financially through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon. You can even buy merch as well. And if you want to join my community, you can join my fan Discord, where we do watch parties and call-in streams and just other cool community events. It's a really fun time, so consider joining. All those links down below in the description. But thank you for watching. God, it's so grim to see that she's getting harassed like crazy for that video. But what'd you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Hey, Evie Gretel, just in time. We just finished the last segment of the day. You got here just in time. Impeccable timing. Literal wizard timing. Alrighty. Bango the Buck, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Very based, very pog. Says, I've been dealing with a lot of anxiety this year, and your streams have kept me happy and smiling. As thanks, I will continue to support you as long as I can. Thank you. Have fun with your quails. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. That really helps and means a lot. Thank you so much, Bango the Buck. And Pufflecakes, thank you for the $6.69. I'm just going to count that as $7, just round it up for you guys. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It says, always seem to get a Zan stream while I'm driving. Road tripping to Vegas to get married. Oh, congratulations. Hope y'all are having fun in chat, though. Hug spin. Hey, congratulations. Hopefully that goes well. Enjoy your road trip. I hope it's a fun time. And hopefully my stream, if you watch the VOD, is able to act as some good entertainment in the background, some good audio. I'm actually technically able to marry you. Like, if you wanted to do it over video, I could live stream your wedding. Like, you just set up like a Discord call, and you live stream. Like, I'll live stream the camera view, and I am ordained, so I can actually certify your marriage. I think I'd have to go to the courthouse to sign. Or I'd have to go to Vegas or wherever you go to sign the documentation, but like both in terms of ceremony and legally, I can sign your paperwork and officiate your marriage. Yeah, I'm ordained. Yeah, no, I officiated my mom and stepdad's marriage. They got me ordained when I was a kid so I could do it. So I am a priest, or what am I? A priest of the Church of the Saint of the Latter-day Dude, I believe is the church. It's some internet bullshit, but I am legally able to officiate weddings, so that's neat. Yeah, that's some dope Xan lore. Yeah. If vampires touch me, they also burn. And my blood can be used to kill werewolves and zombies and stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. I've got holy blood. What was that voice? Do I have intruders? Do I have to get my gun? No. Why was your voice buzzing? That just might have been my mic fucking up, honestly. Anyway, everyone, I think here is a good place to wrap up stream. Listen, before I do that, though, I want to tell you all that I'm about to host a watch party in my Discord in the channel called Xander's Theater. It is super fun when we do our watch parties. Join Xander's Theater. It is the VC in my Discord server, labeled Xander's Theater. Hop in there now if you want to get in early, because I'll be hopping in right after I wrap up stream. But first, for those of you guys who don't know what we're watching, we're going to be watching a TV show called From. We're going to be continuing it on from episode 4, so you are going to be missing the first 3 episodes if you join in, but still, you should join us. It's going to be fun. It's still worth it. I will, one last time, show the trailer for From, because it'll give you a good idea of why this show is, like, so interesting and cool. And this is just the opening premise. The intrigue expands from this opening idea that you're going to see in this trailer. It's so fucking cool and good. So hopefully you will join us for this watch party. I know a lot of people are already going to be there. So hopefully we can get even more people to show up, because the more the merrier. Hey! This trailer's a banger.
Must have got knocked down in a storm or something.
It's a pretty selective storm.
What are they doing?
Can we just leave, please?
Jim!
In this dirty old part of the city.
Maybe we missed the sign for the highway.
We didn't miss the sign.
When the sun refused to shine.
Can I help you? We got on a detour off the highway and cell service around here.
Got your family with you?
Yeah. I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of the highway.
Not a problem.
And one thing
this town is all real. The whole town is a real place that they built.
Did we turn somewhere?
God damn it.
Jim, we're driving in circles. You drove out this way. How
Yes,
did we
it's
get
Mo.
back here? Oh my God!
Everybody in there okay?
This is impossible. Yeah, it is.
Where are we? I know none of this makes sense yet. But everyone in this town has been exactly where you are right now. Everyone sees the tree. Those groves.
We'll just get out of here, please.
Heaven. We are stuck.
We didn't come here. We were brought.
What are you doing?
I'm checking to see if they moved.
If what moved?
The trees.
It's important for you to understand what happens after dark.
Lock your door. Nail your window shut.
Like Minecraft.
You do these things, your family's gonna be safe.
Safe from what?
I've missed you so much.
Megan, what are you doing?
Maybe I can come in.
This is what happens when you break the rules.
They're coming.
There's only so many places we can go. What are they?
You believe in monsters.
Please don't.
A man protects his family.
Get these people home, Sheriff.
do everything I can.
Promise me.
Such a good fucking show. Such a good goddamn show. And we're doing a watch party of it immediately after stream ends here. So hop in my Discord server, get in Xander's Theater. I'm going to be doing an announcement in the announcement section to get more people notified that we're starting the watch party. A Pillow, Heavy Gretel will be there. And then in the next watch party, we'll be having Balthazar there too, because we're going to be continuing from the point where Balth hasn't seen it yet. Also, this show has a banger intro song too, as well. Yeah, monsters come out at night and you're trapped in a town. That is the starter premise. It gets even cooler and more intrigue from there. One of the directors of this show is one of the directors from Lost, so it has that like Lost vibe where each episode you're kind of putting more pieces of a puzzle together, but not the guy who made the decision for how Lost ended, which was not good. Which is good for this show though, that guy's not involved. Anyway, with all that said, come join the Discord and get in Xander's Theater. We're going to be starting that watch party in just a second. So thank you all so much for watching. I really appreciate you for coming today. I hope to see you all in the watch party Discord channel. And with all that said, have a good one. I'll see you soon.